Ready to go. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. I declare, just check with Hansard that we're okay. We are. And we'll start again. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our public hearing in Adelaide. I declare open this public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Migration for the inquiry into the value of skilled migration to Australia here in Adelaide. I welcome all the witnesses appearing before the committee today, as well as members of the public and media in the room and watching online. This is a public hearing, and this public hearing is a part of a series of hearings the committee is holding for the inquiry, and the committee is holding additional hearings in Canberra and Sydney later this month, and planning to most major cities around the country and regional areas. Today's hearing is focused on skilled migration in South Australia. This inquiry was given to us by the Minister to conduct in accordance with the Parliamentary rules, and there's terms of reference, and I ask everyone that we try and stick to the terms of reference. And at the end of the inquiry, in a few months' time, we will be coming up with recommendations that will be recommended to the Minister's office. The way this works is that some of those recommendations may be taken on board. Some may be taken entirely on board, or bits and pieces. So that's the aim of the committee, to come up with a good report with the best information possible through your kind evidence and information that you will be giving us. On that note, in accordance with the committee's resolution of the 31st of July 2025, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of the proceedings will be published on the Parliament's website. Those present are advised that filming and recording by the media is permitted during the hearing. However, we ask that members of the media present or listening report the committee's proceedings fairly and accurately. We'll now go to the first witnesses, and I welcome witnesses from the South Australian Department of State Development to give evidence. And for the Hansard record, would you please state just your names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Sure. Callan Markwick, I'm the Executive Director of Workforce, Population and Migration for the Department of State Development.
Welcome.
Louisa Newstead, Director for Population and Migration in the Department of State Development.
Thank you. I'll now ask our committee to introduce themselves, and we'll start from my left.
Hi, I'm Leon Rebello. I'm the Federal Member for Macpherson on the Gold Coast, and I am the Deputy Chair of this.
We also have Kathleen McGarry, our Parliamentary Secretary. Steve Georgianis, Federal Member for Adelaide, and welcome to the Federal seat of Adelaide as well.
Louise Miller-Frost, Federal Member for Boothby, which is the middle southern suburbs of Adelaide.
Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I'll now invite you to make a short opening statement of no more than 5 minutes before we proceed just to informal discussion and a Q&A. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. The Department of State Development works to strengthen South Australia's workforce, industries and businesses by building capability and capacity across the state. This helps drive productivity and support long-term economic growth. The department has portfolio responsibility for South Australia's workforce, including migration. This includes leading the development of policies with a focus on attracting and retaining skilled migrants to address critical workforce shortages. It also includes responsibility for overseeing the operations of South Australia's skilled migration programs, including the state-nominated General Skilled Migration Program and the Designated Area Migration Agreement Program. South Australia has a record low unemployment rate of 3.9%, a participation rate of 64.5%, which is higher than the state's decade average, and continued strong demand for workers across multiple sectors and regions. At the same time, we have a birth rate of just 1.46 in 2024, well below the approximate replacement rate of 2.1, and demographic challenges with an ageing workforce. The AUKUS submarine program and a significant expansion of our critical minerals and mining sectors represents generational economic opportunities. Drawing domestic workforce into these high-value industries will create sustained demand in the supporting industries that underpin a growing economy: construction, housing, civil infrastructure, engineering and manufacturing. Skilled migration is an important complementary lever to domestic workforce, skills and education initiatives, which South Australia invests in to meet local demand. We are seeking the right migration volume, skills and experience levels to address genuine workforce gaps within a growth framework that the state can support. We operate prudently within the Commonwealth Government's migration settings, but have specific concerns that some policies are limiting South Australia's ability to nominate the skilled migrants at the scale and in the occupations that we require. South Australia is more reliant on general skilled migration than larger states who benefit from high shares of national skilled migration programs, such as the Skilled Independent Visa Program 189 Visa and the Skills in Demand Visa Program 482 Visa. South Australia's state-nominated allocation for general skilled migration continues to change each program year. The program was cut by 41% in 2025-26. This was the largest reduction of any state or territory at precisely the moment that we needed to be scaling up. We're here to make the case for Commonwealth migration settings that match South Australia's genuine economic need and provide the ability for the state to plan effectively. We're committed to working constructively with the committee and the Commonwealth Government on the reforms that are required, and I welcome questions on any of these themes. I look forward to the discussion.
I think Callum's
excellent.
covered it. Thank you.
I'll kick off with just a couple of questions, then I'll hand over to my colleagues. We will be joined by Ms Fernando and Ms Lee by telephone at some point in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Can I just kick off with the question that I have is in terms of the way that we do our skilled migration, specifically for different regions. South Australia is considered a particular region, and you mentioned that we had our largest cut in 2025, 41%. The effects of that cut, and secondly is what needs, if you had a magic wand to change the situation to give South Australia the exact skills that we require to fulfil the, let's say, the jobs of the future with the defence build, housing, etc. What would it be, or where would you see legislation that needs changing? It's a very broad question, but just to pick your brain a bit about how the federal parliament could work in terms of saying how we could fulfil the needs of South Australia's skilled migration.
Sure.
And that's starting off with the presumption that there's a big gap there for skilled migration.
Yeah, I think fair to say there is a gap there. What we would be looking for from the Commonwealth Government is firstly retention of South Australia's status as a regional jurisdiction for migration, certainty of migration planning. So, you know, as I said, the General Skilled Migration Program, the allocation from the Commonwealth changes each year, and yes, we've received a reasonable cut in the last program year, but having certainty and a minimum baseline allocation would be helpful for planning purposes for population. Obviously, a larger general skilled migration allocation is what we're seeking, but also a modernised occupation list. The occupation list hasn't been updated since 2019, and we need to ensure that we are bringing in skilled migrants for the right occupations to fill our workforce needs. Finishing the migration reforms. So, you know, South Australia are supportive of the migration reforms flagged by the Commonwealth. And so working through regional migration, the visa points test and skills recognition reforms are important components in moving forward. But also making employer sponsorship more appealing to employers. So we know that employer sponsorship provides that direct employment relationship, so strong utilisation at the skill level that the skilled migrant comes in at, and ensuring that employers can access and will access that program is an important component of our migration approach as well. Louisa, did you want to add anything to that?
Yes, I might just talk a bit about the impact of the 41% cut on GSM, because obviously that was extremely disappointing for South Australia. So that was the largest cut of any state or territory. And in particular, we had an even more significant cut to the 190 visa, which is what we receive under the GSM program. So there's 2 visas. So the spaces for the 190 visa was reduced from 3,000 places last year to just 1,350 for this year. So that was a 55% cut. And that visa is our kind of primary attraction tool for skilled migration to South Australia, especially from that offshore cohort, which is where we're going to get those experienced migrants who will be able to come in and help us with our workforce shortages. We didn't actually ever receive a satisfactory explanation from the Department of Home Affairs as to why South Australia was singled out for that biggest reduction. And obviously, as we've talked about, it's at precisely the wrong moment for us when we're trying to upscale to be able to deliver on those national infrastructure priorities such as AUKUS. So our primary focus for next year is to be able to get a larger GSM allocation, as Callan just mentioned. So we're thinking in terms of the scale of around 4,250 places is what our workforce modelling has told us we need as our GSM allocation.
And my other question is, in terms of strategies that you may have, or the state government, how can we better improve the connections of skilled migrants and that pipeline of positions that are becoming vacant? We can bring in a massive batch, then we've got the sub-build, there's housing. How do we keep that pipeline going, increasing numbers, or looking at broader skills, or basically looking at even training people, perhaps even overseas through some of our TAFEs, etc.? It's just some ideas that have been thrown around. And, but that pipeline is going to continue by the sounds of it and by the looks of it.
I think our key focus is that we're bringing in the right people. So we've done a lot of workforce modelling that has been able, so that we can establish the amount of people that we need, but down to occupation and experience. So we are being very careful about targeting the right people, so the right occupations, the right skills that we want to bring in.
And my last question before I hand over to my colleagues is, you mentioned that the biggest cut of about 41% in 2025 had an adverse effect. There are some discussions and debates taking place in Parliament from all over different angles and different political parties that we should cut more. What would that do to South Australian skilled migration?
It would make it even more problematic. And I think the key thing to remember for our GSM program, and as well our employer sponsor program, is that a lot of the migrants who receive visas through those programs and nominations for us are actually already onshore. So they're already counted in that NOM figure. So for GSM, it is the majority of people are onshore. So it obviously fluctuates between the different years, but the majority of those people are already here, so they wouldn't be putting pressure on the net overseas migration figure, which is of primary concern to the Commonwealth Government, and we understand the reasons for that. And then also on housing, because they're already here, and that's why it's a critical issue for us, because the GSM program figure that we have at the moment, we're not even able to keep the workers that we already have here, who are already making that economic contribution to the state.
So cuts to skilled migration just won't do it, basically. Thank you. Mr. Riddle.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm just wanting to switch to international students just for a moment. Could you tell me how many international students would be at the South Australian universities? And if you don't have the information, is that something you could provide on notice?
Yeah, we'll take that one on notice.
Fantastic. And I'm also interested in the percentage of them that are housed on campus as well. Do you have any sort of rough idea of what that would be?
No, we would need to check. Thanks.
Continuing with international students, could you tell me if there's evidence of post-study settlement and occupation in areas of skilled priority? Is that something that you track? And how do you track it? What are the results in that space?
So can you just repeat that one?
Yeah, so I'm interested in whether the department looks at whether there's any evidence of post-study settlement in occupation or in areas of skilled priority.
Right, so utilisation, essentially. Yeah. Do you want to?
Yeah, sure. So we wouldn't have the figures in terms of who the international students are coming out of each institution. Our higher education area would have that. So again, we can get those figures for you if you like. But in terms of those international students who are seeking to stay in the States or are seeking a nomination through our through our general skilled migration program, or seeking endorsement through employer sponsorship, yes, we would know who they are because they'd be registering. So for the GSM program, if an international student is here and is working and think they meet the terms and the eligibility criteria for our GSM program, they'd be putting in a registration of interest for our program. So yes, we have sight of that, and we have sight of what those occupations are. So we do have international students who are here already working in those priority sector areas, such as health, and then we would know as well how many of those are here and they're working but not necessarily in our priority occupations. So because we have such a smaller GSM program this year, we're not able to facilitate those ones that are here and working but not in our priority occupations.
Okay, and so you'd be able to come back with some data on, I guess, the translation from the international education through to the jobs?
I think we'd have to talk to our higher education people to see if we can get that translation piece. As we said, we've probably got two pieces, but whether we've got the bit in the middle, we'll have to come back to you on.
And then moving on to sort of, I guess, the relationship, and this is something we've teased out through Home Affairs and a few others, the relationship between migration and housing and infrastructure. Does the department plan for migration based on capacity to absorb, so the ability to, I guess, incorporate newcomers without causing undue strain on infrastructure and essential services, and what does that planning look like and what evidence is it based on?
Yes, is the answer to that one. So we are very much looking at targeted, planned and sustainable migration, not migration for migration's sake. So we work closely with other state government departments, including the Department of Housing and Urban Development, around new housing, like plans for new housing year on year, and we ensure that our population growth or migration strategy aligns to that. So they need to happen in parallel, and we do want to ensure that our population level doesn't grow beyond its, the state's capacity to support it.
And so does, for example, housing provide data to your department that informs, I guess, the way you manage migration?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, if I can ask another,
Yeah, no, you can.
if I can
I'm
ask,
just going to ask you to speak up just a little bit.
oh sure, happy to speak a bit louder. The other part that's gained a bit of public traction at the moment is people feeling that they're seeing large numbers of skilled migrants in surprising occupations. For example, accountants and chefs are the two that we get a lot of. If I'm interested in your views as to if an occupation is easier to sponsor than another, in your experience, has the skilled migration program encouraged more migration in those fields at the expense of those that are, I guess, those areas that are critical to the economy?
I think you've got to separate the two programs. So general skilled migration program, and then the employer sponsorship program. The employer sponsorship program is demand driven, so that's when industry has somebody either already working in a role or in the business and they want to sponsor them to be able to keep them, or that they have a vacancy and that they want to be able to obtain a migrant to fill that vacancy. So when they come through our designated area migration agreement program, so our DARMA program, we assess the need, whether that's a genuine need within the business. And then obviously they get endorsement then through and go through the process with the Commonwealth. So employer sponsorship is purely demand driven. General skilled migration, I think, is the program that a lot of the commentary that you've just referred to comes into play. In our general skilled migration program, we run it purely based on what our workforce needs are and again, like I said, in priority occupations. So we're very careful about not having too big a numbers in particular occupations when we don't think there's a genuine workforce demand.
So just to confirm on that, you don't think that the skilled migration program is encouraging more migration based on the ease of sponsorship under the GSM model?
I would say in South Australia it's not because of the way we manage the program, but I can't speak for the other jurisdictions.
Okay, thank you. Miss Louise Miller-Frost.
Lovely. Thank you very much, and thank you for coming in. You mentioned that you have modelling on need, who we need and how many and all that sort of thing. Is there also an assessment on the effect that the shortage of skilled workers has on the economy in terms of GDP or growth or anything like that?
There is, isn't there, through the Deloitte report?
I think you're talking about workforce more generally. Is that what you're talking about?
I wouldn't have data to back up what the shortages would equal. Yeah.
We have done some work on underutilisation of migrants and the economic impact of that.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's a Deloitte report that the South Australian government commissioned back in 2024, which has some figures in that.
Okay. The reason I ask is, I mean, every industry I speak to, from universities, health, hospitality, they all tell me if they had more workers, they had more skilled workers, they could grow. And the only thing holding them back from growth is the lack of skilled workers. So I just wondered if that in itself had been modelled, like the negative impact of not having enough skilled workers.
No, not at this stage. But yeah, I think just to touch on the workforce planning that we do, so we work quite closely with industry, other government agencies, and we model workforce needs and workforce shortages across the state, and look at the forecast demand for jobs in South Australia going forward. And that's the data that we then work with Department of Housing and Urban Development on, around population growth and housing commencements and housing completions, to understand how we can seek to meet the population and workforce requirements so that we don't end up in a shortage situation down the track, especially for major projects that have a strong economic contribution to the state.
And are there particular industries that have a lot of pressure at the moment? Like what would your top three?
Construction and trades.
Yeah.
Hospitality, there's a lot of pressure.
Yep.
Yeah. And health, yeah.
Yep. Thank you. In terms of the state's response to our skilled labour shortage, do we do proactive recruitment overseas? Do we go overseas and do the trade fairs, that sort of thing?
Yes, so we have an international strategy within our team for that overseas attraction, and that involves overseas visits as well as online kind of relationship building with migration agents, plus online forums and online events we run as well, because obviously you can't travel to every market that you would like to recruit or attract migrants from. But we ran we did a big visit to the UK last year and did a Move to South Australia roadshow in October. So we ran 3 events across 5 different locations. So that was the first time we'd actually travelled and taken employers with us. So it's a model that we kind of tried, and it was really successful. So that is something that we will endeavour to do again, to run kind of a roadshow kind of type event. So we did a very strong attraction piece of South Australia, and then people had an opportunity to then meet employers who were looking to sponsor people to move to South Australia.
Yeah. Thank you. You mentioned in response to Steve's question about people moving in the GSM, people are onshore already. Are they onshore in South Australia and we're extending, or are we attracting from interstate?
Through our GSM program, we are only nominating people who are already here in South Australia and are working in South Australia. So it's we look for that dedicated, already a commitment to South Australia and already contributing to the economy through their employment. We do try and attract people from interstate as well, but we don't utilise the migration program for that at this point in time. We're doing more, we call it the NIM attraction, so net interstate migration. So we're working very hard with that attraction piece as well.
Okay, so that 41% cut actually cut into our existing workforce, not even just cutting into new people coming in, it actually cut into our existing workforce.
Yes.
Wow, okay, that's interesting. Now, you mentioned one of your priorities is the retention of South Australia as a regional destination. I assume there's still a lot of competition with interstate, and I recall many years ago when I was involved in health recruitment that the Gold Coast was also a regional destination that we were competing against. So I'd be interested to know if those sorts of anomalies still exist. But do we also have that issue between regional Adelaide, or are migrants coming in a little more flexible about where they go?
Did you want to work through?
Yeah, sure. So I don't want to talk too much about other jurisdictions, but yes, it is.
Stick the knife in.
But I would say, yes, that interaction is still the same, because it's kind of Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane are the only areas which are not regional from a migration perspective.
Right.
So yes, Adelaide does compete against places like Perth and the Gold Coast. So that is still an issue. But yes, what was the second part of your question? Sorry, is
The region, even within South Australia, the regional urban
dynamic.
Yeah.
Yes. So we try and facilitate and encourage migrants to move into regional areas as much as we possibly can if the demand is there, in terms of employment and jobs. So say, for example, we utilise through our GSM program, we actually have a dedicated stream for outer regional, which has a concessional arrangement for work experience. So you only need to have worked in the area for 9 months, as opposed to a metro area, it's 12 months. So even though that seems like a small concession, it actually does work. We also work very hard on our engagement. So we have an engagement team within our team that goes out and works with regional businesses around how they can attract migrants to come and work for them. We work with RDAs, we work with local councils, and we try and work with businesses in particular around the opportunity of employer sponsorship, so not just relying on general skilled migration. We also have a grant program, and 2 of our grant recipients have a key focus on regional areas. So one of those you'll hear from later today, that's the Australian Migrant Resource Centre. So they offer services in Mount Gambier, Naracoorte, Bordertown, Murraylands and Whyalla. And then we have a Skills Smart Engineering Futures program, which is focused on Eyre Peninsula and Far North, because even though we can do our bit in terms of trying to have that employment connection for migrants into regional areas, but obviously settlement is a key part of that as well. So they need some support to be able to stay there.
Okay, thank you. Can I have another go?
We're going to have another round.
Oh, okay, all right.
There'll be another round of one more question at the end.
Just
because we've got 10 minutes, we've got a couple of people on the phone as well. In terms of just going back to the marketing overseas and trying to attract people, you mentioned a particular 2 things. You mentioned migration agents and a particular conference that was held in 5 different locations. When we talk about migration agents, are we using agencies overseas or agencies here in Australia? And number 2, those 5 different areas, where were they, and what was the outcome of those particular employment fairs or conferences, or has there been any outcome? And if you walk us step by step of what actually takes place through this marketing campaign that's taking or has taken place with the 5, the 5, were they conferences or fairs?
No, they were events that we ran.
Yep, excellent.
Yep. So just in terms of migration agents, we work both with agents who are here, so onshore, so Australian based, but also overseas. And we have a lot of migration agents who actually are Australian but have overseas offices, and vice versa. So we work with both onshore and offshore. So in terms of the migration agents, in terms of the Move to South Australia roadshow, so we had one as we were in London, Wales, so Newport, but basically that's Cardiff.
London, Wales, and
so Birmingham, Manchester, and then we went to Glasgow as well.
Okay, so the UK, basically.
Yes, yeah. And in terms of the outcome, so I can provide you with some figures, but we are tracking those employment outcomes. We had, so in terms of numbers, so if you're interested in that, so we had over 8,000 people register across those. It was originally 10 events. We put on an extra event in London to try and accommodate the numbers. We had over 4,000 people who turned up on the day, and we also had 5,000 people on the wait list.
And the London, Wales, etc. I'm just thinking, obviously in the UK, were the participants mainly UK citizens, or were they from all over different parts of the world?
They were mainly UK citizens, but we also had people who were working in the UK, but not from the UK, so on visas working in the UK. Yeah, and then we also had some people who travelled from continental Europe because we weren't going there, who heard about it and wanted to come over.
And in terms of regions, how does the UK compare in terms of attracting skilled migrants from the UK compared to other regions around the world, whether it be Asia, South America, China, India, etc.? And there's a reason I'm asking this, because every time I'm in Europe, I always ask people about coming to Australia, and they all say to me, it's way too far, I can migrate to Sweden, London, and be home every weekend. So that's one of the problems that I think we face, the distance. So in terms of regions, what are the difficulties for Europe, or the positives, I suppose, compared to other regions?
Of the UK? So
Apart from the basic, I mean, the things are language, culture, etc.
Yes, yeah. So the UK is more of a mature market for South Australia. So obviously, traditionally, we've had a lot of migrants who come here from the UK, but also what we look at is that the people from the UK actually get a stronger employment outcome once they get here. So they tend to settle better. And that's cultural similarities, obviously language similarity, and then industry standards are closer between the UK and South Australia, but that's not to say that we don't also focus on other areas around the world as well. So, as I said, we have an international strategy, and what we do is we look at the maturity of each market and the types of occupations that we think we can attract from each market, and whichever our priority sectors and occupations are, that's where we focus our efforts in terms of the overseas market. So, say, for example, at the moment, we're getting a strong indication from construction and trades that they're interested in workers from South America. So we're working through that at the moment about what that attraction piece could actually look like. And then obviously we've got our other traditional markets such as China and Southeast Asia, who we have a slightly different strategy with. But for example, we travelled to Singapore and Malaysia. I think it might have been last year or the year before. So we still do travel to other places as well, but we just might run a slightly different event because we know in the UK there is huge numbers of people interested in moving to Australia, but we obviously have to work hard to raise the profile of South Australia compared to the places where they normally know and think about moving to in Australia.
Thank you. I've got a couple of others, but I'll leave them in terms of the time. We've got about 3 minutes before our next witnesses appear, and I want to keep it on time. So I'll ask the remaining two members who are here to ask one question each, and then we'll go to our next witnesses. Thank you. Mr. Reblow.
Yes. Do you think, in your experience, in your South Australian experience, that Australia's migration system is working, and how do you measure whether it's working?
That's a very broad question. I think I'll probably focus on the South Australian perspective. So for us, there are things that aren't working at the moment, and the main example would be the employer sponsorship system at the moment. We want employers to be able to sponsor more people. Employers want to be able to do it, but at the moment it is too costly and it is too complex for many of our businesses. We have an SME economy here. And just the cost and the fact that they have to pay upfront for employer sponsorship is a major deterrent for them. And then the process is quite long and quite complex. So say, for example, they have to do labour market testing to prove that they can't attract a worker onshore, and that's why they need to use the employer sponsorship route. We think for sectors such as construction and trades, where there's a demonstrated shortage of domestic workers, that they should be exempt, for example, from the labour market testing. So at the moment, it takes too long, and that's probably the same with GSM as well. So we know what the workforce demand is right now, and the migration system at the moment and the majority of the times is too slow.
Thank you. Ms. Louise Miller-Frost.
Okay. You mentioned in your priority sort of asks around skill recognition reforms, and we've heard from some other witnesses around gatekeepers around recognition of skills when people come here, even if they've already been accepted through a skilled migration. Is that your experience, and where are those gatekeepers? Like who?
Look, I think in relation to skills recognition reform, and we're working quite actively with Treasury and the Commonwealth in this space, I think our focus really is how do we streamline it and ensure that skilled migrants are recognised for the skills and experience that they have, and that when they do come to South Australia, that actually leads to licensing outcomes and employment in the occupation that they're skilled for and at the level that they're skilled to work at. And those things are complex, and they don't always work in tandem. And so I think, part of our approach has been ensuring that our local training providers can deliver the gap training that's required, and that we're clear on what those parameters are and how a skilled migrant can move from coming to South Australia after initial skills recognition process through to being qualified in an Australian context and meet Australian standards, and then move through to licensing and employment at their level, so that they can also, earn the right wage and contribute to the economy. So I think these are the things that need to go right, and some of the levers are held by the Commonwealth and some by the states, and there are multiple, agencies and processes involved. So one of the big things that we're focused on is ensuring that there is sufficient information for skilled migrants before they choose to migrate and after they choose to migrate as well, and that they're supported through that journey so that we can accelerate their ability to participate in the labour market and fill those critical workforce job shortages that we've identified.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your evidence today and for coming and appearing before us. Really appreciate it. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, I think there was a couple of things, please send it through to the Secretary by Friday the 5th of June if possible. And you'll also be sent a transcript of today's evidence, and you'll also have an opportunity to correct any corrections that you think may be errors to the transcript. On that note, thank you very much, and please feel free to stay in touch, and if there's anything else that perhaps you wanted to raise today and didn't get an opportunity, or if we have any questions, we may call upon you again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Who's next? 10:10, we have Community Corporate. Sorry? Okay, I'll introduce them as well. Excellent. Just before I call on Community Corporate, I'd also like to let everyone know that we have two other members online now. Miss Adelaide, welcome, Miss Lee.
Thank you, Chair.
And we have Miss Sandra Fernando. Welcome, Miss Fernando. Miss Fernando?
Maybe not.
Maybe not. Okay, I now welcome Ms Garcia from Community Corporate to give evidence. For the Hansard record, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Carmen Garcia, AM, CEO and founder of Community Corporate.
Excellent. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. And thank you for the briefing note that you've provided to the committee. Just before I invite you to make a short opening statement of no more than 5 minutes, I'll quickly allow my committee to introduce itself.
Leon Rebello, the Deputy Chair of the Committee and the Federal Member for McPherson.
Steve Georgianis, Federal Member for Adelaide.
Hi, Carmen. Louise Miller-Frost, member for Boothby.
And we have Miss Daly and Miss Fernando.
Yes.
Excellent. And Miss Fernando on the line. I'll now hand over to you for a short opening statement, Ms Garcia.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to appear before you today. Community Corporate is a certified social enterprise based in Adelaide, operating nationally. For the last 10 years, we've worked with employers and governments across Australia to build welcoming workplaces through inclusive recruitment, supported by customised cross-cultural training and development and organisational change. Our specialist focus is on refugees and migrants as multicultural workforce specialists. At Community Corporate, we don't just advocate, we activate, and we help businesses tap into this hidden pool of talent amongst our migrants. We help build that confidence and connections. And while we are based in Adelaide, we're very proud of delivering results across Australia, partnering with businesses willing to open up their doors for skilled talent to meet their genuine workforce needs. Some examples include a Ukrainian building and infrastructure contract administrator at Sydney Opera House, a Syrian software engineer at Woolworths ICT Group, a Colombian demi-chef with a core group at the Adelaide Qantas Business Lounge, an Indian ICT service delivery manager in OTR, a Nigerian ICT support specialist at Cara Disability Services, and an Afghan analyst at Accenture. These are just some of the welcoming workplaces who have unleashed the potential of our skilled migrants, and on average these migrants are earning a salary of $100,000 per annum plus super. What our direct delivery experience gives us is a clear line of sight as to what is consistent across Australia. The demand for skilled people is real, but there are two key critical gaps. The first, there is a mismatch, in my opinion, between employer demand on occupations and the talent being invited and sponsored under the Skilled Migration Program. And secondly, that last stage between arrival and employment is where the system often breaks down. In our view, employer and migrant support services are critical pieces of infrastructure that convert skilled migration into productivity and innovation. Of the 200 plus businesses we've engaged with nationally, most employers want to do the right thing. They know doing good is just good for business, but they need practical help. Candidate matching, recruitment tools, including that post-placement to support to ensure retention and investment has a return. From Community Corporate's perspective, our national retention rate for skilled migrant places is 94% at 12 months, which demonstrates a great return on investment for employers. When we get these supports in place, we have seen businesses hire faster, migrants settle better, and the public can see tangible community benefit. One of our most recent examples is the South Australian Skilled Migrant Job Support Centre, funded through the Department of State Development's Skilled Migration Talent and Industry Connection Program. In the last 12 months alone, we've engaged more than 87 employers and allocated 110 roles to the project in South Australia. More than 400 skilled migrants registered interest, with 290 assessed as eligible. 138 from a modest allocation of 120 places have received that one-on-one support and career advice, totalling 1,100 hours. But what is exciting is that we have verified 38 meaningful employment outcomes in this period, contributing more than $300,000 in payroll tax from those verified outcomes alone. Our modest grant from DSD was $200,000. The return speaks for itself. These results show that relatively small, targeted investments can produce measurable outcomes for employers, migrants, and the broader community. They also highlight where the system can be improved so that the program better meets workforce needs, and employer demand needs to be applicable across all streams of the program. We received high interest from employers from the Job Support Centre for jobs with carpenters, cabinet makers, electricians, welders, mechanics, nurses, care sector. However, this is not where the government's focused its places and sponsorship. And as such, Community Corporate engaged with the South Australian Skills Commission, responsible for VET, to find solutions to our employer-led model. In fact, with the Commissioner's support, who I acknowledge is in the room today supporting Mr Cameron Baker, we now have a new pilot working with the state government on occupational recognition service to assist in assessing overseas skills and experience matched to trade occupations to meet Australian industry standards and fill genuine workforce shortages in key industries. Our model and approach has shown that when support services are accessible, coordinated and employer-linked, workforce participation increases, reducing underemployment and improving community confidence that migration is targeted and effective, and shifting the conversation from volume to value. My 4 key asks of the committee to consider: 1, scale up the one-stop shop model demonstrated by the South Australian Skilled Migrant Job Support Centre to improve information sharing and access for both skilled migrants and employers, to facilitate job matching and enable us to better inform the demand of skills from employers open to engaging with skilled migrant talent in a more systemic, data-driven approach that can inform future program priorities. 2, invest in specialist settlement and employment support for skilled migrants on arrival. Support service infrastructure required to maximise skilled talent onshore is just as important as housing infrastructure. This ranges from navigation and triage, job readiness, employer brokerage, bridging opportunities, employer uplift, and a clear occupational recognition and licensing pathways for regulated professions such as teachers, pharmacists, nurses, and building and construction. And I must say, we lost a few of these in the program in South Australia because of these regulatory requirements. I'd like the committee to also consider the inclusion of culturally and linguistically diverse employment targets to be embedded in industry participation plans and major government procurement contracts nationally and at jurisdictional levels, which will shift the conversation. And finally, lowering employer risks of hiring skilled migrants. Employers need safeguards too, and models like our Migrant Skilled Cadetship program, which equates to a graduate pathway, should be explored to actively address concerns of business. After all, we're not asking for charity, we're asking for a chance. In closing, in a tight labour market, productivity growth will not come from working people harder, it will come from working differently. We need to make better use of our available skills onshore, reduce friction and retain talent that Australia cannot afford to lose. I believe Australia's prosperity depends on migration, diversity and participation. Whether that diversity becomes a drag on productivity or a driver of it will be determined by what happens inside our workplaces, and government can play a role to create an ecosystem underpinned by a shared risk and shared reward approach. In today's economy, I think that responsibility is not optional, it is strategic. The economic question is no longer whether Australia needs skilled migration, it clearly does. The question is whether our workplaces are equipped and our migrants are supported to convert international talent into productivity so everyone wins and Australia thrives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Garcia. And can I just kick off very quickly, 94% success rate, that's a pretty good success rate, so you're obviously doing something right. In terms of the 200 odd businesses that you're working with to connect people, obviously many of them would have been reluctant to come on board to begin with, I suspect. What I'm trying to get at is, what are the impediments that businesses have set in their minds in terms of basically looking at employments from a diverse background in terms of recent arrivals, skilled migration, etc. Is there work that you guys do beforehand to actually show the benefits and the model that you use, which is that very successful model, 94%. So I don't know if you want to just elaborate a bit about how you work with those businesses to get them on board, and then some of the success stories that do work, and other employment agencies and businesses using similar models, or where they're failing and why you're doing so well, basically.
Thank you, Chair. I think that of the 200 businesses that we've engaged with, a lot of them have been proactive because there are genuine workforce needs. A big part of our initial conversation is busting myths. That they feel and report that migration policy is unstable, and it gives that uncertainty, particularly for SMEs that want to invest in training people to their standards and their ways of working. So we do help them understand and navigate this complex visa web with experts. We're not a migration agent organisation, but we align that to the recruitment and BAU processes within companies. You'll see that, interestingly, when we first did our initial pilot, we actually looked at SEEK and the amount of organisations that mandated citizenship as a requirement for employment, where it was actually not necessary. We weren't talking about defence contracts. It's just because navigating migration policy seems too hard and complex, and that's where our role to facilitate and guide them through the process has been a key thing. Helping them understand that when a skilled migrant can have employment in their industry, that is their imprimatur to then be able to apply for permanent residence, that it's not gained. And that many of the skilled migrants that we work with are so passionate about their profession, they're not actually chasing a paycheck. They just want to break into the industry. That's why they chose Australia. That's what we sold to them as why they should come here. And I think that's been a real lever that employers have been open to bringing people in potentially at that graduate equivalent role to manage risk, to test their skills on the job and then move them into those pathways. So with some of the successful cadetship models that we've had, they might start a role at an equivalent of a $75,000 salary, but after that 3 to 6 months and demonstrated capability on the job, we've seen them jump over that 100,000. It just gives employers more reassurance. I think I attribute our high 94% retention rate to the fact that our post-placement support is there for the full 12 months. Usual programs are only for 6 months, and that's us engaging not only with the skilled migrant off the job, to help them with that translation process of debriefing what happened. They said to bring a plate. We were supposed to go for social drinks. I don't drink. Like little things that we take for granted, but it's that cultural adjustment that's so important. And the best compliment my team and I receive is I finally feel I have someone in my corner that I can ask the questions that I don't necessarily want to ask my employer. But similarly, we're there for the employers to help them navigate cultural considerations such as prayer rooms, Ramadan, and we've built out really critical tools like onboarding checklists with a cultural lens to help them understand as well. These are things we've done as our own investment as a small social enterprise of 12 FTE, punching well above our weight, but this is where that support from government in little programs like the DSD South Australian Skilled Migrant Job Support Centre has really shown a small investment for high return with that expertise and confidence for employers.
Thank you. Miss Louise Lafrost.
Thank you very much. Lovely to see you again. Now, in your little submission, you mentioned piloting a multicultural specific project to support occupational recognition service for in-demand trades. Can you talk to me a little bit about that?
Yes, I think this is really exciting. As I said, the Skills Commission are leading this piece of work, and it's very much informed by the industry skills councils and the genuine demand from workplaces. We know that there are many, both refugees and migrants already onshore that have experience in these particular trades, but for whatever circumstances, they don't have pieces of paper, and it's being able to substantiate where they might equate their offshore skills to Australian standards. So through this pilot recently, we found someone from Venezuela who has 27 years experience of telecommunications lines worker role, but doesn't have the qualification or pieces of paper. Working with the Commission, we'll gather as much evidence and practical competency-based demonstrations to prove he can actually do the job, and the industry skills councils through the Commission will then assess them. It may mean that they get a direct certificate of recognition of their trade, but we do expect in many cases it will actually enable them to accelerate an apprenticeship pathway. So through the recognition of their experience, they may be able to start at a second or third year apprenticeship. Currently, when most migrants do talk to the vet sector or RTOs about their overseas experience, they're told you have to start at year one apprenticeship, which financially for the primary breadwinner is not an option. But they are again passionate about their trade, and I think this is a really innovative way to look at that demand and fill those needs for employers.
Great. And so are you working with people, are you recruiting overseas, or are you working with people already onshore?
We work with people once they're onshore.
Right.
So we have worked with international students, graduate, but pretty much as a social enterprise, although we do have government funding, we want to help every new Australian maximise their opportunities in Australia. The hardest visa that we work with is the asylum seeker visa, which obviously, again, the uncertainty is a key trigger for many employers.
And when you're pairing migrants with potential employers, what are the sorts of factors that particularly the employers are really interested in terms of a successful placement?
The employers trust that we really understand their business and their values, and that in the way that we operate, although we are a community organisation, we do implement professional standards of a recruitment agency. So we're very much looking at the position description through to the availability of shift requirements. Where is the location? How will they travel there? Do they have any immediate commitments in terms of family medical appointments, or are they travelling overseas that could be disruptive to key project periods? So we provide that holistic perspective. We do all the visa checks. So they get basically a profile. We like to say we make it easy for employers. With the checklist, we assess our own English LL&D assessment, as well as a summary against their skills. And the little tips and things that we do, particularly for skilled migrants that worked for companies that may be unfamiliar for Australian businesses, is a tip I will share is we hyperlink the company. So an employer knows it's a genuine business. They can click on it and see the company exists. But what we found has been really critical is helping employers unpack like-for-like projects where the skills have been demonstrated in an industry. So like an e-commerce project for retail, for an ICT engineer, we told them to highlight the fact that they just did a big project for Walmart because we think that retailer would find that quite useful.
Lovely. Can I ask one more question? You mentioned that there was a mismatch between the employer need and those who are being invited to arrive. What are the areas that you think, what are the skill areas that you think are the shortages? What are the industries?
I think similar to what DSD had mentioned, building and construction, the health sector are probably the real key industries that we find are of need. And I think that from the state-sponsored visa stream, which now the GSM, has very much been highly skilled professionals. So the highest occupation salary that we filled in this pilot was $140,000. Many of the migrants have taken pay cuts because they are so experienced, 15, 20, 25 years of experience. Their expectation in coming to Australia is they would just go into that level of job. And that's where that mismatch of employers and a high investment expectation is a big risk for an employer. So I do think that middle management target is what employers will buy into, and they will progress their careers quite quickly, as we have seen over the years with the employers that we work with. But I do think, interestingly, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we've had so many inquiries for nurses and chefs and those vet skilled qualifications, and hardly anyone came through that program on this visa that we referred. It was only through our word of mouth, our connection with Study Adelaide that has oversight for international students here in South Australia, and also through the community leaders to let them know that we could support people on a graduate visa.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
I might go to Miss Lee if she's on the phone.
Yes, I'm on the phone. I'm listening.
You just need, sorry? You are on the phone. You just need to speak
I'm on
up
the
a bit,
phone.
Miss Lee.
Sorry?
You need to speak up a bit so we can all hear you. You've got the floor.
No, I don't have any questions.
I don't. Okay, that's fine, Mr. Rebelou.
Thanks, Chair. Ms Miller-Frost took my question.
Oh, sorry about that.
But that was fine.
That happens from time to
I just
time.
want to go into that a bit further. So you spoke about the mismatch between employer demand and the talent that's being brought in. And a question that I asked previously to a previous witness. So in relation to sponsorship, in your experience and from the experiences that you've seen, do you think the ease of sponsorship affects whether or not people are coming into certain degrees or into certain qualifications, as opposed to the key areas that are needed?
I do, to an extent. I think the thing to consider if we took a step back is, people are migrating with their families, and so a typical family would have both the husband and the wife working. So they're looking at those roles that are going to create a higher net salary whilst the spouse seeks out employment, who doesn't always receive support. So that's definitely where we've seen that issue. I think when you think of ICT and accounting and finance, when numbers are universal, arguably, it's a faster pathway and less regulated compared to, building and construction engineering, where they've really struggled to meet those standards. Although, as we've all mentioned, there are some huge infrastructure projects, not only in South Australia, but nationally, where we need these skills. They're really struggling. And to be honest, we have not had much success in placing engineers into the building and construction sector at that higher talent level.
And why is that?
Well, to be honest, I think that the expectation of the engineering industry is, although they have demand, they do value that the local experience in an Australian context doesn't translate to other standards in other countries. So I know Engineers Australia are looking at bridging programs, but again, this is the information that needs to be managed pre-departure, that many engineers have come here with 20 years experience, highly affluent projects that they've worked on, and then someone says, you might need to start off as a graduate. That's where they're really struggling. So that licensing requirement is different from the vet assess or the industry assessment of their skills and qualification is very different to getting licensing. We had someone who was an engineer and couldn't get a job because he couldn't get a building license to go on a site, even though he wouldn't actually need to operate. So there's just little things like that. We lost a pharmacist who had over 20 years experience because no one told her she would need to do a 12-month internship to meet our pharmaceutical benefit scheme regulation, which was about a $70,000 pay cut. And similarly with teachers in South Australia, our regulatory requirements are a 4-year degree, whereas we've accepted people with 3 years, so we've lost them to Victoria and WA.
So does that mean in your experience that we are bringing in people into Australia to fill skill shortages, but they're actually unable to deliver on filling those skill shortages because they fall short of a particular local regulation or rule?
To an extent. I think that all the skilled migrants I've met are absolutely highly talented and technical, but this is where engaging industry and employers in the priority planning process and having as I said, a central database where employers could express interest will just help with that final decision making, because even though an industry body may say we need civil engineers, they're not being hired.
Yeah. And is there any particular data, or can you tell me what data that you use to, I guess, come up with solutions to engage skilled migrants so that they can meet the needs of South Australian employers?
Yep. So ICT obviously was a large proportion of the recent skilled migrant intake. So I went straight to the Chief Information Officer of the state government to get their advice, as the state government is the largest employer hiring. What do they need? What is the RSA equivalent for tech? And a lot of them said a cybersecurity micro-credential, which many of them may not have had if they're an app stack developer or a software engineer. So I think we're also looking at, the holistic person and what the companies are looking for. If you look at some of the companies that I mentioned, they're not specialist ICT or specialist engineering companies that have actually opened their doors to our skilled migrants. It's, Cara Disability Services hiring ICT, Sydney Opera House looking at building an infrastructure. So these are the companies that might not compete with tier 1 level professional companies, but then giving them the support is what's been a critical step for us in our success.
Yeah.
One more.
Yep. One last one. It's come up at a previous hearing, and I'm just interested because of your direct experience in dealing with, placing or the assistance of placing these migrants in jobs. Do you find that English language is an issue?
I don't think it's English language. I think it's cross-cultural communication. So we do provide that support in terms of professional English in cross-cultural communication, not only in the way we write. So, in some languages, you put the descriptor at the end, the cat is black, the black is cat, so things like that. It's also about how to present in meetings. So for many of the cultures that we've welcomed into Australia through the Skilled Migrant Program, they're very humble, they're not self-promotional. So this is even where the tips at interviews has been really critical in being able to really advance and explain their examples. I think that's been really critical. Sorry, can you repeat the question again?
No, it was just, I think you've answered it, but it was whether you think English language is an issue in terms of getting people into those businesses.
So as I mentioned, we also support the capability uplift of employers. So we deliver cultural competence, safety and inclusion training for all our employers, which is part of the process. And one of the really basic examples is just reminding them when they are interviewing that if English is your second language, they're going through a translation process, translating what you say into their language, formulating a response, and then responding in English. So a delayed response doesn't mean a lack of understanding. So building that understanding and acceptance on the employer side, as well as with the migrant, in the way that they don't overshare, that they answer the question clearly, are really important tips that we've presented in our masterclass through our Skilled Migrant Job Support Centre for migrants, but also training and building that capability amongst employers. So both sides. That's key to success for us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fernando, and I ask that you speak up.
Hi,
as well.
Chair.
Thank you.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yep. Yes.
Thank you so much. Now, I have two questions. One of the questions is, are there any strategies or lessons that your organisation has learned in the context of skilled migrants in South Australia, could that be extended Australia-wide or even adopted in the federal level?
Thank you, Ms. Fernando. Absolutely. We actually do operate at a national level. We've been very lucky that the South Australian government invested in this pilot, and we can build that proof of concept that we do hope to replicate all across Australia, because currently at the moment when skilled migrants arrive, there is nowhere to go. They might connect through people, through word of mouth, through local religious groups, through community leaders, but there isn't the one-stop shop where they can at least register. And through this lack of, information sharing between the Department of Home Affairs and state departments, we don't know where they are, what skills they've got. So I feel like that is a critical missing piece, that when they come to any state, they can register, I'm here, here is my profile. And then similarly, employers can go to one place where they can express interest in, I would like to hire a carpenter, and having someone facilitate that. I think that's what we've tested in our pilot here. And we have tested, Ms. Fernando, for scalability at a national level for sure.
And has that been successful?
Yes, we've exceeded all of our KPIs already as at December 2025 for a program pilot ending in 30 June. The biggest things for the skilled migrants was really managing their expectations and giving them those tips and connections. So they have the technical skills that we need, but they don't have the confidence in navigating our recruitment processes, what is expected of them, how to conduct themselves in an interview, and how to network with the industry in getting that advice. And so that's been a really big lesson, I think, from the skilled migrants' perspective. You know, I mentioned earlier that some of the best feedback is saying someone's finally in my corner. Like, they have felt so alone, and many skilled migrants come here without their families. And, you know, if I can just add to one of the points that Mr. Rebello made earlier about regional, this is the part about regional where we spoke to many of the skilled migrants. Would you move to the regions for your occupation, like art teachers? And they said yes, if I was told before, I've enrolled my children at school, I've just leased a house. So I think if we're really looking for solutions in the regions, having conversations pre-arrival will address that. They are very open to moving to those regions. In fact, we recently welcomed through the Global Apprenticeship Program led by the Skills Commission some Filipino nurses into Cleve, and they knew from the beginning they were going there to work in the Cleve hospital in the region, and they had all the regional support. Having that conversation and placement up front, they were more than happy to go and filling a critical sector need over there.
Thank you so much. And one more question that I have for you is, what is the biggest shortcoming of Australia's current skilled migrant setting?
Oh, you want me to pick just one?
The one that will make the most impact if we fix it, if there is.
Yeah, the most.
Okay. I'm going to interweave them into two in one. I think that consistent referral and the data pathway, I think that information sharing and accessibility is not there. So we are flying blind. I know when an employer comes and asks me, do you have a HR professional? There are skilled HR professionals that we've welcomed, but we can't find them. So there's a missed opportunity. And I think that also comes back to that one-stop shop where skilled migrants know who do they go to ask. They are also saturating the Seek online platform, and in smaller states like South Australia, when you apply for the same company 5 times, you kind of get a black mark. So making sure, again, we're doing quality job applications for the right job rather than any job also will build the appreciation and value of skilled migrants instead of this perception that they're ambitious. And I personally don't think ambition is a dirty word. It's something we need to advance our state, but it's giving them that right advice to make it a cultural fit. So I guess the one ask from government to make it achievable is help with those settings, ensure that there is a more joined up approach between the federal government and jurisdictions in the decision making and priorities, but employers have a voice in there as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Fernando. Ms. Garcia, I'd like to know that we've got many settlement agencies in South Australia and around the country. Do you work closely with them, even though I know that they do their own sort of employment strategies? But but they're more settlement agencies. Do you cross-network and work with a lot of those agencies that have arrivals that have come who may have skills, etc.?
Yes.
Like, I'm just thinking of VARA, MRC, MCC.
Yes, absolutely. Well, in South Australia, we're all friends,
Yeah.
and we definitely even shared some key points for the committee hearing to make sure we are all rowing in the same direction. But Community Corporate is actually a settlement provider as an employment specialist in South Australia. So, again, when issues arise, particularly around housing or health issues, we will refer and work closely with the settlement sector in South Australia. It also means that we can look at supporting the whole family. So in terms of the spouse or the children, in supporting them into work and getting them job ready. So we are quite unique in South Australia because the role that we play as an employment specialist is the only one I understand under Department of Home Affairs to have a SETS contract specifically employment focused. But we have a Home Affairs contract which is more targeted at refugees, economic participation, which is national, and we deliver everywhere apart from the Northern Territory.
Thank you. Any further questions? One last one from Mr. Rebelo.
Yes, thank you. Just in relation to migrants as separate to those who've come in under humanitarian visas, which I understand you also support, your success rate, I'm just interested in the difference. Is there a difference and what is it?
Yes. So skilled migrant, as I said, the 12-month retention rate in work is 94%, whereas humanitarian refugees sitting at 89%, national average at 12 months. I must say that's because we do invest in that employer engagement. So we are the lead cultural provider for Woolworths Group, IKEA Australia, Accor Hotels, very big employers that have seen the benefit with that high retention, loyalty and career pathway progression. So one example that stands out in my mind is Iraqi refugee who started stacking shelves at Woolworths in Sydney. And I said to him, but you're an engineer. And he said, I've looked at Woolworths and they need engineers too. So I'm going to start here and see where we end up. 5 years later, he was a data engineer at the Woolworths head office. So there isn't necessarily a quick fix. And I think when you think about skilled migration in terms of a broader social and cultural value, these are people that choose our country for the betterment of their children and education and for a better life. And so us not putting in that small investment up front for that long-term return, I think is a mistake. And I think it's something that hopefully this committee will take on board in looking at the infrastructure for support services, both for migrants and employers.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Garcia, for appearing before the committee and for your valuable information, and also for the good work that you do as well. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, please send it to the Secretariat by the 5th of June or thereabouts. And you'll also be sent a transcript of today's evidence, and you'll also have an opportunity to request any corrections to the transcript if you think that there are errors. On that note, thank you. And the committee will now take a short break and reconvene at 11 a.m. Thank you, Hansard. Hansard ready to go? I now welcome witnesses from the Federation of Hazara Councils of Australia to give evidence. For the Hansard record, could you please state your names only and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name is Hassan Varasi. I'm a member of Hazara Federation of Australia.
My name is Najib Fayazi. I am a member of Hazara Federation.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath today, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Thank you for your submission to the inquiry. I now invite you to make a short opening statement of no more than 5 minutes, and then we'll open up for questions and a discussion. Over to you.
Thank you very much, the Chair and also the committee member. I would like to represent the Hazara community, one of the most persecuted ethnic groups in Afghanistan. And it has endured decades of violence and discrimination. In Australia, estimated about 41,000 Hazara Australian living in Australia. And, it's one of the largest Hazara diaspora globally, or the third largest out of Afghanistan. Hazara are widely recognized for their resilience, strong work ethics, commitment to community. An estimated 15 to 18,000 Hazara trade people actively engaged in the construction industry Australia-wide. And that's including tiling, painting, rendering, bricklaying, hebel installation, and steel framing. Their contribution is significantly addressing Australia's growing demand for skilled labour and housing supply. Despite this, many Hazara trade people face substantial barrier in accessing existing skilled migration pathway, limiting their ability to contribute further to Australian economy. In our submission, we would like to ask the committee to support a targeted 3-year skilled visa pathway enabling Hazara-led Australian businesses to sponsor qualified Hazara trade people to address critical labour shortages in construction sector. As you know, Australia is experiencing persistent and acute labour shortages in construction industry, impacting housing supply and affordability, infrastructure delivery timelines, small and medium business productivity. At the same time, a talent bank of skilled, job-ready Hazara trade people with extensive experience in construction sector established linked to Australian businesses remains unable to access existing visa pathways. This primarily due to structural barrier, including absence of formal licensing systems in countries such as Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Iran. Despite the presence of genuine practical and trade skills. And I would like to ask the committee to support us and recommending establishing a 3-year employer-sponsored skilled visa pathway with the following features: sector focus with construction and related trade businesses, sponsorship approved Hazara-led Australian businesses, employment guarantee at above or minimum wage according with Australian law, duration 3 years with potential pathway to permanent residency subject to demonstrated employment, tax compliance, and contribution. And I'll just go briefly. So our modeling, economic modeling, shows that based on 5,000 trade people that come to Australia per year from Hazara community, the annual wage will be $350 million. Annual tax contribution will be $87.5 million. Tax revenue over 3 years going to be $262 million. Total economic impact will be $1.89 billion. Housing supply increased by 15,000 additional dwellings. The benefit to government is immediate increase in skilled labour supply, direct contribution to national housing targets, increased tax revenue with no welfare cost, strengthen the small and medium business sector, low administrative risk through employer-sponsored model, and there are some risk and mitigation we have got on the paper. And I believe that the strategic alignment of this proposal is aligned with national housing and infrastructure priorities, is skilled migration objectives, economic productivity and workforce participation goals. I believe it is consistent, or we believe it's consistent with the framework of the Migration Act 1958. And our key messages to the Chair and all committee members, this is a practical, low-risk solution, deliver skilled workers where Australia needs them most, accelerate housing construction, generate strong economic returns, support a proven, hard-working migrant community. Thank you very much, and I'm ready for questions.
Thank you. And I take it everything you read was from the document that you sent us?
Yes, we did.
I'll ask you if you'd like to table it for evidence for this committee.
Yeah, sure. We've got...
That's if you just say, I would like to table it.
Okay. I would like to table
Thank you.
A copy of this evidence for the committee.
Thank you. Can someone move that we accept the document accepted? And it will be made public, as long as you're aware.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll open up for some questions. Thank you very much for appearing, first of all, before us today. Appreciate your time to give the committee an insight into the Hazara community and the Hazara difficulties in employment or sourcing skilled migration, etc. And I might kick off with a couple of questions. If you can't answer them or you need to get back to us with an answer, that's fine as well. And my first question is, are there any particular structures in place in the area of sponsoring, I suppose, that prevent Hazara businesses, and I know there's many here in South Australia. What are the structures that are in place in preventing businesses from sponsoring relatives or other Hazara people to migrate to Australia? And are those structures specific to the Hazara community, or do they also impact on all other migrant communities?
Thank you very much for the Chair for your question. I know that you have been engaged with community all around Australia, including South Australia. And there are 8 categories of skilled visa available for international communities to come to Australia. And none of them apply to people with countries with conflicts. Even Afghanistan is controlled by a regime that Hazara have no say, and Hazara community, Hazara business in Australia cannot apply for a skilled visa under any of those, under current system, to bring their family or relatives, even they have the skills to work for them.
So even if they've got the skills, just so I get this straight in mind, let's say there's this, we obviously have a skill shortage in Australia. There is a list of skills that people can apply for skilled migration visas. Even if that particular skill that Hazara person has matches up with one of those occupations on the skills list, you cannot apply to bring them to Australia. if they've got the right qualifications, etc.
Yes. So
is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And what happened is the current system provide a universal documented system. So a lot of these Hazara people have the skills, the experience, and the ability to work. But because those those people involved in trade and construction work in Iran, Pakistan, and Afghanistan, and those countries do not provide a trade qualification such as licensing, so these people cannot apply for a skilled work to come to Australia, and the Hazara businesses are struggling to feed into that system. Yeah. So what we would like to have a work applied skill assessment instead of just documented. In some places, people create produce original documents. Some places, some countries, they also in cases that people produce fake document, but all those documents are accepted as a standard. In Afghanistan or Iran or Pakistan, even if you produce any document, that document cannot considered valid because those documents are not recognized for some of the other jobs.
In that skills assessment that you just spoke about recognising or having some process to see the skills assessment, how would that be done through? I mean, if you're in Pakistan or Afghanistan, how would that skills assessment be done? Is it when they reach Australia or before they get here? So we know that that particular skill matches.
So the proposal that we tabled is providing the opportunity for the proposer, for the business, to identify those skilled people and to get them here to guarantee the government the employer will provide employment. Yep. and the applicant will not have settling rights. They will not have right to seek asylum while on a 3 years temporary skilled visa. They have to work here and provide tax returns and bank statement to apply for a permanent visa.
Understood. I might go to Mr. Rebelo.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your presentation before the committee today. I just had a few questions. So the information that you've provided about the estimated 15,000 to 18,000 Hazara tradespeople, and then consequentially the economic modelling, what's that based on?
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, for your question. And I know that you've got experience in foreign investment and some other activity that's important to Australia. And so when we're mentioning the census indicate that 41,000 Hazara Australian living in Australia, that is not including about 5,000 to 10,000 people that used to live on TPV during the census time. So about 5,000 to 10,000 trade Hazara people were on TPV. That's not counted part of the census. And so our estimation is about 15 to 18,000 Hazara trade is active in the construction industry at least, because about 80% of job site you go in the capital cities, you will see a few Hazara trades. Either they're doing tiling, or they're performing hebel installation, bricklaying, painting, or rendering job. And in most of the big building company, construction companies nationwide, when you talk to them, the tilers are Hazara tradies. Or a lot of them using Hazara painters. And that's why we believe that about 15 to 18,000 Hazara traders actively engaged in the construction industry. So the second part of your question, the economic modeling, is based on 5,000. So 5,000 each tradie we estimated the salary, the income, or the earnings per year for 70,000. 70,000 by 5,000, that will give you $350 million a year. So the tax and GST combination will be 25%. So 3 years of that is going to be, so that's the 3 years of that will be, I just forgot here, sorry.
62.
Yes, yeah, so 350 million. And then the combination of the economic activity through this supply chain will be 1.89 million.
And so that 15,000 to 18,000 Hazara tradespeople, that's sort of based on your view of sort of the feel of when you go to trade sites or engaging with businesses, as opposed, it's not based on sort of any survey or data that's been done. Is that right?
Mr. Rebella, that's correct. So what we do is we have done a survey and estimation, but there is no national data available that we could go and seek clarification.
Yes, and the other question I had is, so you're asking for a special skilled visa for Hazara businesses. I just want to know, is that something that you're aware of that's been done anywhere else in the world, whether it's for the Hazara community or for other communities?
Regarding this question, I believe that it has been done, and I don't have the exact information. I think Canada exercised a similar system,
Right.
but I haven't got all the details. I can get back to you.
No, of course.
If you have got some details to send through to us.
Yes, I'm happy to keep going. And then the other question I guess the other one's a bit more of a statement, but I'm keen to get your views on it. So there are challenges in having specific visa categories or specific migration rules for any one community, as you'd appreciate. And I recognise the contribution that the Hazara community makes in the construction space, which is obviously something that's very important to us as a country at the moment. But there are other nationalities as well that provide different contributions in other key sectors. Do you think that this would open it up to any sort of risk from a Commonwealth perspective in terms of saying, well, okay, if we're providing a special visa category for one, it's going to really open it up and make the migration system perhaps a bit more complex?
I believe that, Mr. Rebella, those communities that have got a track record or proven track record in Australia, and they don't have access to the current general migration, skilled migration system. I think Australia will benefit if they allow those communities to sponsor their relatives and friends to come to Australia, given they guarantee their employment and making sure that those people come here, they train properly according to Australian standard, and the experience overseas is utilised on job sites, and provides and Australia Commonwealth doesn't need to provide any social security. They won't be dependent on any kind of normal entitlement of a skilled visa that people come through. A lot of people come through the current skilled visa or general skilled visa system. They can't find a job, and they don't have much support, so they go and do cleaning and some of the basic duty that anybody can do. I'm not saying that cleaning is not a good job. It's a job. It's a good. But what they do is, if a civil engineer come and perform a cleaning job, that's not that beneficial. But this, with employer sponsor those tradies, that let's say a tiling company going to sponsor 4 or 5 tilers, and then a painting company going to sponsor a number of painters. So they're utilizing their experience. They're sending to building site with supervision at the beginning to perform their work. So I don't think that there will be any risk, but there will be character check and some other. We do have Australian Fair Work Australia, as you know, to monitor and check abuse or exploitation, but we also have Australian Tax Office and those government agencies that they know these people working and they're paying their taxes. I hope that I answered your question.
Thank you.
Ms. Louise Miller-Frost.
Thank you for coming in. Can I just reflect? I think you said that the current visa system prevents people from countries that are in conflict from applying for skilled migration visas. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yep. And is that because of the risk of, or perceived risk from our part, of them applying for asylum? Is that the rationale? Or
I believe, thank you very much for your question, Ms. Frost, and I believe that's the main reason. So that's why they're preventing not just a skilled applicant from those countries, but they also student applicants.
Oh, okay.
So from Afghanistan, even that women have no access to education under the current system. We would like to bring some of our family members, friends, and relatives. My sister is a medical doctor, and she's in Pakistan at the moment, waiting to come to Australia for about 4 years. She can't go back to Afghanistan, for example, because she worked in the security hospital and treated foreign forces. So Taliban will consider those people as deserve to be killed. And a lot of those people from those countries, people cannot come under a skilled visa or a student visa because the system think that these people have got a chance to seek asylum. So in our proposal, those people, I mentioned here, we clearly mentioned here that they will not have a right to seek asylum, and they will not have the right to seek social benefits.
Okay. Now, in your proposal, you talk about 5,000 workers as a trial. Are those people who are already on shore, or are they people who are in Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iran, or are they in refugee camps, or where are those people now?
So thank you very much for that clarification of that. This 5,000 overseas, they're not in refugee camps, they're working in Pakistan, Iran, and Afghanistan in the construction industry.
Right.
So they will come with experience and ability to start working straight away.
Great. Now, for the Hazara people that you are working in Australia now in the construction industry, you said about 15 to 18,000. How are they? Have they gone through an apprenticeship? How have they gone through the skill recognition side of things, or are they working as unskilled labourers?
That's a very important question. Thank you for that. And so what happened? Most of these people started work with each other, and they gain or they renewed their skill, overseas skill, and they went to a trade. The Consumer Affairs apply for a trade license based on their experience. So the trade or the Consumer Affairs in South Australia, for example, you've got nationally with different names, asking questions regarding their job experience, and based on that they provide trade license. So we do have that system existed in Australia, and it's really available for people that already here on shore.
One more question. You mentioned the concept of a skills assessment because there's a lack of, qualifications that we would recognise. Do you know if that happens in any other country? Are there any comparable systems that we could look at?
I'm not aware of a particular system that very close to that proposal that we submitted today. But someone needs to invent something. Someone needs to start. I just wanted this give you an example. In 2001, I invented the concept of solar rental or solar leasing in Adelaide. And this, I didn't seek to make it patent, and this becomes a global way of, supplying renewable energy internationally with easy access. So this concept, I developed this concept for a company called Cooler Cozy in South Australia, and they registered the company as Solar Rental, and then 3-4 years later, other competitor understood the value of that, and they changed the name to leasing, and in 2014, it went to United States, and at the moment, the solar leasing scheme is the largest way of supplying solar to businesses and even houses. So we need to start.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
I'll ask Ms Daly, who's on the telephone. Can you hear us, Ms Daly? No, she's not online. No. I've got a question before I go back to Mr Rebelo, if he's got any further questions. Just out of, you may be able to know the answer to this, and you may not as well. I had the privilege to go to Afghanistan back in 2011, and I went to Kandahar and Tarankot in both places on the bases where the Australians were based. There was training of young people, local young people of Afghanis, and many were, most of them were from Hazarian people, through our vet courses here in Australia that had set up on base to train people to become plumbers, electricians, mechanics, with the qualifications that they would get here in Australia. It was a TAFE from Australia that had set it up on base. Would you be aware of what happened with that particular You may be aware, you may not be, but just I thought I'd ask you because I think it was a great opportunity for us as a nation, people that we had trained through the curriculum that's used to train vet courses here in Australia over there, and they would be the people that come to mind immediately for me. That would be there may be something that would be fairly simpler to start with. Are you aware of any of these people coming to Australia that did their training and got their certificates in that period?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what I do know that none of those people came to Australia so far. That's I can strongly believe that, because we haven't heard any of those people that come through the skill channel to Australia. But I do believe that there are a number of them available in Afghanistan, or some of them may left the country, went to Iran and Pakistan due to the Taliban recapturing the country, and that's something that I believe it's workable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rebelo, any?
Yeah, I had one question just in relation to, so you spoke about wanting to create a visa to support family members coming over to Australia. And I know that you said that you wanted to make it in a way that they can't rely on, for example, social welfare. On the housing front and the housing infrastructure front, how do you feel that would add some level of pressure to housing? I know that it's a bit of a catch-22, because you've got the community which actually builds houses, but then also you've got people who are the family members who aren't necessarily involved in that. Is it a cultural thing where they would live with family, or how would that work from a housing infrastructure perspective?
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, for your very important question. And this is culturally, these people, a lot of these single men live together. So what they do is, in one house of 3 bedrooms, 6 of them live together. They used to share with each other. So when these 5,000 trade people come, they mainly young men. So they work in the construction industry, and there will be other skills that will be female as well with other skills. And what will happen is, I believe that in our assumption that these people will build 1 to 2 houses per year, each tradie. So that's why we're talking about those thousands of houses, close to 5 to 10,000 houses. So what they do, and then they wouldn't be able to buy houses for the first 3 years themselves. So those houses they built, they release to the market, and Australian citizen will own it, Australian permanent residents or citizen. So, and I don't think that this visa proposal will create any extra pressure on housing demand, because 6 of those people will stay together in one residential home that 2 people could live.
Yeah, but then isn't the proposal for their families to come as well?
So the family will not be able to join them for the first 3 years. So these 3 years, they build houses for Australian society.
Yeah.
And they will have a pathway to get a permanent residency based on their work activity, employment activity, taxation, and character tests. Mm. And after they become permanent residents, they can apply to bring their family, and by that time, they built many houses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just ask if anyone's on the phone. Ms. Daly? No, I don't think so. And I know Ms. Fernandez isn't either. Being any further questions? No, thank you. Not having any further questions. I thank you very much for coming today and for giving us evidence and informing us about this particular issue. If you've been asked to provide additional information, please send it through to the Secretariat by Friday the 5th of June or thereabouts. You'll also be sent a transcript of your evidence today, and you'll also have an opportunity to request any corrections to the transcript or any errors that you may think have made on the transcript. There'll be an opportunity to correct them if you think there's any errors. On that note, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the Chair. Thank you very much for all committee members, including Deputy Chair and other members.
I think we have MRC here in the room, so we'll call upon them to give evidence next. I'm a bit ahead of schedule, but that's okay. Or do you guys want a very quick break for 2 minutes?
I'm happy to keep going.
Happy to keep going? Yeah. Happy to keep going? Okay, then we can perhaps finish early for lunch. Thank you. Please come and sit down. Thank you. Good to see you. I now welcome Ms. Bunjaku. Did I get that correct? Yes. Excellent. From the Australian Migrant Resource Centre to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name only and the capacity in which you appear before the committee only? Thank you.
My name is Mircea Bunyaku. I'm the CEO of the Australian Migrant Resource Centre and representing the organisation.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence you give today will be recorded by Hansard, and it attracts parliamentary privilege. I'll now invite you to make a short opening statement of around 5 minutes, and then we'll proceed to a discussion and a general Q&A. Before I do that, I'll just let my committee introduce themselves. From my left,
Leon Rebello, the Deputy Chair and Member for McPherson.
To my right,
Louise Miller-Frost, Member for Boothby, which is Southern Adelaide.
And I'm Steve Georgianis, the Federal MP for Adelaide. And on the phone, I think we have Ms. Daly and Ms. Cassandra Fernando. If you're there, please give us an indication or sign that you are... No, they're not on there yet. Excellent. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I'll try and give a quick summary within the 5 minutes, but thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute.
And we'll be able to open up and have a discussion, which is far more beneficial.
Perfect. The Australian Migrant Resource Centre has been a leading settlement services provider in South Australia for over 45 years. Through our work across metropolitan and regional areas, we have developed deep partnerships with industry, government and communities. We support communities to engage with, and contribute effectively to South Australia's economy, broader society, culture and environment, with over 28,000 instances of people engaged throughout our 7 outlets in a year. While we were not historically funded to support skilled migrants, they consistently found their way to us. Highly qualified individuals ready to work, yet unable to secure employment, facing financial hardship and struggling to navigate systems leading to prolonged underemployment and at times acute vulnerability. This reveals a critical gap. In 2022, AMRC was supported through Department of Premier and Cabinet Population Strategy to expand our services to include skilled migrants. And with the population strategy then moving to the Department of State Development in 2024, this work was taken to the next step through initiatives such as the Skilled Migration Talent and Industry Connection Program. I think this initiative is commendable here in the state and represents a leading practice model, recognising that skilled migrants and their outcomes are maximised with coordinated supports. Through this program, AMRC delivers the Connect, Thrive and Contribute a model, an integrated approach linking employment, settlement and community connection. And under this program, we've engaged with over 380 participants and more than 80 employers to date. From migrants, we hear a consistent message. They arrive expecting opportunity, employment and support, but often face confusion, isolation and repeated rejection. Many submit hundreds of applications, often hearing no local experience or receiving no response at all. Over time, confidence declines, financial pressure builds, and highly skilled individuals begin to disengage and in some cases even return back home. Last week, I met with 60 community leaders at the AMRC Community Voices Roundtable, and the employment barrier was one of the main topics of concern that communities brought up. From the MRC perspective, the issue is not capability. Migrants need early, structured support to understand systems, align expectations, build networks and translate their skills into local context. At the same time, employers are telling us something equally important. They need workers urgently. Labour shortages are limiting growth, innovation and regional development. Yet, many of them are not engaging with skilled migration. Well, why? Because the system is complex, fragmented, misunderstood and perceived as risky. Many employers are unsure about visa processes, qualifications, temporary nature of skilled migration and retention. And many of them default to familiar recruitment processes or pathways even if they cannot fill the roles. Again, the issue here is not willingness, it is understanding, confidence and connection. This creates a clear misalignment, as we know. We have skilled migrants ready to work, employers needing workers, and a system that struggles to bring the two together. This is also a critical regional issue in South Australia, where we know the regional economies in South Australia contribute over 35 billion annually, yet struggle to attract and retain skilled workers. We know that more than 25% of migrants leave regional areas within 5 years, not because of jobs alone, but because of lack of connection, services and community. And we hear it directly from employers. They say we are losing workers because their families are not settling. This highlights a fundamental truth that even when jobs are available, they alone are not enough. Retention depends on integration and settlement. And the opportunity is significant. Reducing migrant underutilisation could unlock billions in economic value, as we know from Deloitte's report in South Australia as well. So what is the solution? We need to stop thinking of skilled migration as a series of fragmented steps and start co-designing it as a system. High-performing systems are not built in parts. They are designed end-to-end with every step connected and aligned to outcomes. Right now, as we know, Australia attracts high-quality talent but lacks the system to translate that talent into immediate productivity. Internationally, also, we know the direction is clear. Canada succeeds through strong settlement and integration. Germany succeeds through strong industry alignment. Australia has the opportunity to combine both and go further by designing a migration ecosystem, an end-to-end system using existing provider expertise, government and industry. So the message is simple. Australia does not lack skills. It lacks a system designed to fully utilise them. However, when the system is designed with alignment, employment, settlement and integrated pathways, value is no longer lost, but it is realised.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I might kick off with a couple of questions.
Yes.
In terms of the MRC, how does the organisation align its advice and support to skilled migrants? You mentioned earlier working with state development. So in terms of the skilled migrants to South Australia and the needs of South Australia to facilitate those skilled migrants, but also to facilitate perhaps the vacancies that exist in that particular area.
So we're one of the partners that the state government funds. There's a total of 6 in South Australia. I'm pretty sure you've heard earlier this morning from them. And that delivers our, we call that program Connect, Thrive and Contribute. So we're trying to connect and utilise our existing infrastructure in metropolitan Adelaide and regional South Australia to connect with employers and connect with skilled migrants to facilitate those pathways. But at the same time, utilising settlement support. You know, migrants still need support in terms of housing, education, health services and all those connections. So we're running this in a way as a pilot to see where the opportunities are and where are the gaps and challenges. So this has exposed us to a whole lot more learnings from both sides, from skilled migrants, from employers, and where we see the disconnect between all of it.
So just to simplify it down so we get a really good understanding of this, you've got the MRC, which has obviously a database of their clients. You've got the state development, state government needs, what they require, and you try in this pilot program to match that, correct?
That's right. Well, skilled migrants also come directly through referred through events that state runs through Welcome to South Australia.
Yep.
So when their new ones come, we connect with them through that platform. Yep. There's word of mouth, and interestingly enough, we're also receiving inquiries from overseas now via our website and email because of word of mouth and needs of the people to connect and find support.
So in terms of a outcome, can you give us an example of a particular outcome that's taken place through?
Yes. So far we have got about 65 people in that program that have secured employment more so aligned to their qualifications, another 25 that have gained employment outside of their qualifications because they need an income and not being able to still reach that level of skill that they provide.
Excellent. Yeah. And the other question I have in terms of, you spoke a little bit about it, the gaps in the current skilled migration settings that are preventing Australia's program from working effectively. In other words, we know there's huge gaps in skilled positions that are available. We talk about bringing skills from overseas to fill those gaps. And I think when you look at it, what are the settings that are preventing? You think it's pretty easy. We advertise, people come, they get the jobs, and everyone's happy. But it's not that simple.
Not that
There's obviously difficulties along the way. Can you outline them?
Definitely. I think there is a misalignment even before arrival. So pre-arrival, before people come. So you have an occupation list that is quite general in nature, not specific enough to the location and the needs and the gaps, including the regions. Because some of the regions may need smaller numbers in a specific occupation that may not be quite identified as well or structured. So there's a general occupation list. There's no direct alignment to the state or region or area where that gap is. So you might have a person with the needs that may be somewhere in regional Australia end up somewhere in New South Wales, which means that there's misalignment there. We have also seen that by the time the occupational needs are addressed, And by the time that all the visa processing, assessment, and the people actually are ready to move to Australia, sometimes those gaps do not align. There may not be longer such a big gap in that specific occupation because of all this period of time. So we're seeing a lot of that. So people are not directly aligned to where the need is and where the gap are left to themselves to figure that out at this point in time. And that's where we see a big gap. So we see people with certain occupations that may not be available in South Australia come to South Australia, but then not necessarily meeting that gap nationally. Yeah. So there's misalignment between federal needs, state needs, and then regional needs as well.
So how would you streamline that? Have you had any thoughts on that?
Yes, definitely.
Because it makes sense. Obviously, we may have a need, I don't know, for a particular skill in Cooper Pedy, for example.
That's right.
But here in Adelaide, there is no shortage, or in other country towns. So how do you align all of that?
Correct. Yeah. And then the regions are also crying out for specific people. I had a big employer in Murray saying, I'm waiting for 2 years for electricians. And then others, so there's that skill shortage that is really limiting that, growth and productivity. But they're so niche in that sense as well. I think the way we thought, talking to migrants, talking to industry bodies and the employers is that there needs to be that alignment before arrival. So identify industry-specific workforce needs. So skills, numbers, locations and employers. Diving a little bit deeper into making that alignment specific. Say we have a big employer, let's say here in South Australia, if we say BHP, how many people you need, what are the types of skills, and where do you need to locate them in that sense. So that alignment needs to happen between states, employers, connection, direct connection, and federal government, and obviously Department of Home Affairs, who processes the visas in that sense. So that alignment really needs to come closer in order for us to see that efficiency. So it happens broadly at the moment, but not specific enough. Again, align visa processing and skills assessment with these needs at the same time. And also provide migrants with clear place-based pathways before they arrive. So they know that they can, when they enter Australia, this ensures that they have clarity of opportunity, regions that need their skills, and expectations aligned to reality a lot more. So that's where we feel it could be strengthened much better.
Thanks. I'll just ask if Ms. Fernando's online. No, Ms. Daly. I'll go over to Mr. Reblow.
Thank you, Chair. You spoke about a critical gap and how there's lots of skilled migrants, but they're not able to get into work. I'm just interested, do you, as an organisation, do you have any sort of data or any numbers on how many of those people are stuck? Because, for example, from a government perspective, it would be useful to know how many people from your experience are skilled to work in the construction industry, but are not able to do so because of regulations or red tape or whatever. Mm-hmm. Do you have any data around that?
Probably not specific data at this point in time. However, from what we see on a day-to-day basis, that's, I feel pre-arrival is also another gap, is that there is no clear indication who's coming, when they're coming, where they are located and what's happening. So that it's just a matter of them finding their own way to organisations to connect and to access supports. So there's no clear referral pathways for them. This many people arrived on this day for this industry, they're ready for this. So that's a gap in itself as well. But from the people that we see and we support every day, as I said, over 380, through our work, they are definitely struggling to find the right employment pathways at their skill level that they are. And obviously, it's always been a gap, but knowing some of the challenges that we're facing globally now as well around discrimination, we're seeing even a bigger gap at this point in time that's starting to develop. But not specific numbers at this point in time.
Yes, and with those individuals who are still waiting to get work, do they typically end up finding work in areas outside their field, outside what they're qualified for?
So for those that are feeling a little bit desperately in terms of financially, their funds are being depleted. The longer they stay unemployed, the more they're depleting their funds that they came with. So they're definitely keen to start whatever is available in order to support themselves financially.
And would you say the reason for why those individuals are not able to get work, say for example in Adelaide, would the predominant reason be because of some sort of licensing or red tape, or would it be other factors?
I do feel it's a combination of factors, and the combination means also, skill recognition in terms of assessing authorities and skill recognition as it is understood by employers are two different things that we're talking about. So I know that skill recognition has been improved. I've been part of a roundtable with Department of Employment and Workforce Relations. So skilled migrants are usually assessed before they come here that they meet Australian standards and requirements. Employers and community don't really understand that well. They don't have a good understanding that their qualifications equal what their needs are.
So we're actually in a situation where under Australian law and rules and regulations, these people can actually work, but it's the employers that are not wanting to take them on because they don't recognise.
It's widely misunderstood at this point in time.
And so when we've got the regions who are in many instances more desperate for some of these people, what's the appetite for those skilled migrants to actually move to the regions for that work?
Generally, all the people we have come across, they don't mind it, as long as the opportunity is there. But what we've seen after is that what employers are saying, they also need some support once they move. They're happy to move, they're happy to work if the opportunity is given in their skill level, because Australia is a new country for them anyway. But sometimes if they know someone from their communities, giving them different information about where to settle, where the community is there. And this is where the work of AMRC becomes very important, because we do have multicultural festivals in different regional towns around Australia. The Soccer Carnival in Narracord brings migrant workers, community and the broader community and industry together to engage. And that gives them that sense of belonging, so that helps sustainability. So definitely we don't see anyone who says, no, I don't want to move to the regions. They want to move to the regions, but then it's a matter of retention and keeping them there.
And
Ms. Louise Miller-Frost.
Further to this conversation about the skills, you talked about a better alignment in terms of the pre-employment when people are overseas. And we know that particularly in Western countries, there's a lot of competition for skilled workers as we have ageing populations in many countries. How do you think we would work to identify actual specific skill and qualification equivalencies? We've heard from some of the, we heard from the Hazara community earlier and other communities that they don't necessarily have the same transferable qualifications, in some cases no paperwork at all. How would you see us being able to do that equivalency prior to identify somebody when they're overseas, but prior to bringing them here?
I think that's also a little bit of a gap when it comes to, because sometimes you talk about occupation as an occupation, but it might mean a few different skill set that the employers are looking for, not necessarily as a general occupation. I think what I've read some time ago, an example that Germany used was to actually identify and find out exactly education and work standards in a country of origin, and then be able to come and tell the employers, this is the level, this is the standard that is acceptable for us, and where they meet or where there are a few gaps. And if there are gaps, how do we create those opportunities for them to fill those gaps once they come into the country as well? But it's really doing a little bit more work overseas to identify which countries, which parts, what are their standards, and how do they match with Australian equivalency.
And in your experience, are employers here willing to take somebody of a lower skill level but with a pathway towards identifying a bridging sort of course, or they might have the same skill level but we can't demonstrate it? Are they open to that idea?
That's when it comes an issue of that risk-taking. And that's where and how it is misunderstood in terms of temporary visas. Do I invest in someone to train them up and they're going to leave? This is where we see a lot of misconceptions and misunderstandings about the pathway as well, because that's something that we actually advocate for. It's you know, a system that based on our experiences working with skilled migrants and employers, we came across of a system. I was talking to a few people there. There's like a 4-step pathway of how this could be really done well and efficiently, and that's including the pre-arrival stage, as we talked about, that better alignment, and then the first phase on arrival focusing on immediate connection, you know, structured orientation and settlement support, including housing, healthcare, essential services. A lot of people ask, where do I enrol my children in school, you know, all that sort of stuff. And then early matching of skills with a location, where the area of need. And then we see as a second phase building the bridge between capability and employment. It's targeting soft skills and workplace readiness, like understanding Australian workplace norms and expectations, communication and cultural expectations, and translating existing skills into local contexts. And then the first phase would be deliver direct pathways into employment. This is where you have industry involved, industry-specific mentoring and on-the-job experience based on the lack of trust and misconceptions and risks, where employers would have structured pathways such as internships or supervised practice or work experience to create that low-risk entry point for employment and a clear transition into the employment for migrants. And then the last bit after that, and this would be around 4 months, so everybody's got an outcome. And then after that, for up to a year, where we support a light touch settlement, connection into the community, building that sense of belonging. I think another project that we did in our court was with Country Fire Service, where we engaged migrants with Country Fire Service through different intentional activities. And the outcome was twofold, because for the community, it's actually increasing that volunteer capacity that is becoming very short in terms of emergency services in the regions. And then for the migrants, it gave them that sense of connection and belonging and connection to place, therefore supporting sustainability into the region. So this is the project that we see from our experience that might, with a little bit of, and when we talk about funding, it can be funded in different ways with different people committing or supporting through the different 4 stages as well. So we do believe that this type of investment will get a lot more in return.
And so I can see why that would manage some of the risks from the employer perspective. But if you're a potential skilled migrant and you're coming here, that's a big risk to come to a job that, you know, you'll be doing a 4-month internship and then we'll see how we go at the end of that. You don't know, you've got certainty. Have you, I'm not sure where you're at with this program, like have you seen a reluctance on the part of people to come here, and where, on those I'm sure very rare occasions where it fails, do people return home?
We have seen a couple of cases where people have been desperate after a couple of months, 6 months, 8 months, 9 months, where they had returned home because they couldn't find a job. So we have seen a smaller percentage, but we have seen those instances. From the skilled migrants, what I hear from now is, as long as they know there is a job at the end of 4 months, they'd be very happy to participate. And in some instances, I've heard from some that they'd be even able to contribute a little bit financially to support that pathway. Because 4 months is something that you know, you've got a goal, you know what to expect. If that leads to a direct job, then that's a way, rather than not sure what's going to happen. We're taking a higher risk by coming into the country and not sure whether you're going to get a job or not, and how that's going to work out.
Okay, so the 4 months internship.
This is a proposal. This is a proposal.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, lovely.
Not something happening, but based on everything that we've done, this is what is coming. Information that could, a system that we could introduce to work.
Right. And in terms of, you mentioned that you do some multicultural festivals in rural and regional areas. How do they go down with the local community? Does it sort of build that understanding of the value of diversity, the value of migrants to the community, and
that
the
has
economy.
been the best positive outcome of that because, for example, the Multicultural Festival in Murray Bridge attracts about 1,000 people yearly. That is done around Harmony Week. And that is what we try and do is it's having a bit of support to coordinate it. Then we have local government that supports by funds and then local industry, big industry providers who sponsor it as well because they want their workforce to participate and be part of that bigger community because it benefits them to invest in sustainability. So we see this. Narracourt Wish Festival around Harmony Week attracted over 400 people from the broader community. It has built that inclusive regional towns by giving opportunities for people to come together and know each other and connect with culture, whether they have a performance or sell some food from their own culture or background. It just gives people, the migrants themselves, that sense of belonging. I'm in a new country, but I can still perform my own cultural dance or song or whatever it may be. And then the local community gets to know who is living in their community and how that makes their community richer.
And do you get involved in some of the non-multicultural festivals, like, you know, the Royal Shows and the Karoonda Sheep Fair? And
Christmas pageants.
Oh, there you go, yes.
You know,
exactly.
parades.
Yeah.
We are now in every town where we are located, we are making sure that we are part of those local initiatives as well, for sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I might just, one question, we spoke about that 4-month period that Ms. Louise Miller-Frost was questioning. When it doesn't go as well as planned, what happens there? Is there a strategy in place? And I'm sure not all of them will be.
I think the strategy, if we're working from that pre-arrival, aligning directly with the employer, where they're taking some ownership and accountability about, instead of investing in outreach, human resource platforms, they can invest in direct employers, but getting the employers that they need and they want. So if we're working on that alignment from the beginning, you have the industry there saying, these are the jobs for these people with these skills. And as long as everything works well throughout that process, they're going to end up in that job. So this is where we want to create that system that creates that assurance that there's a job at the end of it. And obviously we know there's, you know, misconceptions, expectations that people come through soft skills, you know, that sort of thing. For some people may take a bit longer. Some people might be ready in first month to get into the job.
So that 4 month is not a
it's not
rigid,
specific. It's based on need and what state. It's like based on need on different stages we have introduced where we've seen gaps that we're thinking it's a proposal that could work, but it doesn't have to be that based on each individual journey. Some people can get into the job straight away.
1 month,
Some, you know, can, but that alignment with industry, it's what actually supports then the overall community positive narrative and benefits of migration as well.
So if you walk us through that system, you'll identify someone that has skills. It's aligned with the strategic plan of the state government and others. Is there a database of the businesses?
I do believe that's where state governments have a role to play to make sure that they
currently
connect.
there's no database?
I think there's a general one. They have an understanding. It's not widely shared. So we don't have access to that if it is. So that's why I don't know in that sense, because we don't have.
So your role is in ensuring that, how will that connection take place if that doesn't exist?
That's where the gap is.
That's where okay. Gotcha,
Yes.
That's where we need to.
Exactly. That's where we need to align much better.
A database would go a long way in identifying
Existing
where
needs.
the skills are required and who has the skills to match them up. But without that database,
because you see the gap now where we're trying to help people in different professions, skilled migrants, to connect. So we almost have to go on Seek or call out employers to find out if they've got, you know, a position that matches those skills. Whereas if we had a database that shows exactly which employers need what skills, much better, easier.
Have you made any inroads with the state departments in terms of coming to a fulfilment of that database at some point, or?
Well, we have had discussions, but I do believe because it's the first initiative state government is taking in this pathway, usually nothing was done in the past around skilled migration. And I think there's you have employers that are national as well. So it's sometimes tricky unless you've got a system that works all together. There's still fragmentations with the state. But definitely we're in communication with the state on that.
Thank you. Mr. Reblow.
Thank you. We, as a country, we haven't really ever had more support services and multicultural organisations and humanitarian refugee style support services than we have now. This is we've got more than we've ever had before. If you compare our unemployment from within the migration or within the migrant space now compared to when we had it in the 60s and 70s, it's significantly higher now than it was back then. In fact, I think now it's almost 7%. Back in the 60s, 70s, it was around the 2%, less than 2% mark. What evidence do we have to actually say that, these support services work?
Well, the evidence itself, it tells you a little bit because it has moved. The percentage has increased in that sense in terms of employment outcomes.
That unemployment has gone up.
Oh, unemployment has gone up. Sorry, I got you wrong on that one. Sorry, I apologise for that. The needs are higher in terms of workforce shortages, as we know. Currently, depends in terms of the refugee services. If you think about it, it all depended on different cohorts as they came throughout the different decades based on where there was a humanitarian need. So that sometimes plays a role as well in terms of where things are left.
So that's it's a minute adjustment each year, so pretty well remains the same.
Yeah.
With minute ups and downs.
But in terms of settlement, we've seen population growth. If you're talking regional areas, we're seeing population growth. We have definitely seen increases in employment outcomes as a result of connections, building stronger and bigger communities and creating pathways for people to also support one another in their own communities in that sense as well. We have also seen, though, given the environment we're living in, I don't know whether that unemployment rate includes people that cannot truly work in that sense because of health and other reasons in that sense. We've seen an increase in the take-up of refugees and migrants in lower level skills jobs like care, like aged care, disability and other areas. Much more resistance that we see directly in terms of highly skilled, more qualified types of jobs. And there's a mismatch in that.
Do you think that, because, migration in the 60s, 70s was composed quite differently to what it is now, right? It was at the time, and a lot of it built Australia. We had the Eastern Europeans, in particular, down the east coast of Australia.
They also came on permanent visas immediately.
Yeah. But do you think
very different?
Do you think that perhaps as migration's got a lot more complex in terms of where we're getting people from, that's in and of itself resulted in further need for support? Could that be part of the reason?
I believe a part of the reason is because Australia's been growing and evolving. And the more you grow and evolve, there are more needs to address different matters that come up that may have not existed, some time ago. So there's a lot more opportunities, a lot more different types of jobs available, different needs, obviously the global context and complexity with the types of visas and people understanding what this means for them, especially for employers, is definitely a contributing factor.
Increased complexity.
It's increased complexity, really, the answer to that.
Thank you.
No further questions. I'd just like to thank you for coming today. If you've been asked to provide any further additional information, please do so by the 5th of June or around that date. And you can send it to the Secretariat. You'll be also sent a transcript of your evidence, and you'll have an opportunity to correct the transcript if you feel there's any errors at any time. Once again, thank you, and if we need to call upon you, we may do so again. Or if there's something that perhaps you want to send through to the committee that for whatever reason wasn't discussed today, feel free to do so. And thank you very much for appearing.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks.
Great, thank you.
We now call our next witnesses, which is Pax Migration Australia, Mr. Con Paxinos. Welcome, Con. Excellent. I now welcome Mr. Paxinos from Pax Migration to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name is Con Paxinos. I'm the Director of Pax Migration Australia, a migration agency based in South Australia, but with staff around the country.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Thank you for your submission to the inquiry. I'll invite you to make a short 5-minute opening statement, no more than 5 minutes, and then we'll proceed to a casual Q&A and discussion. Over to you, Mr. Paxinos.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Committee, for this important inquiry. I am a migration advice practitioner, migration agent. I've been providing immigration advice to skilled migrants who are coming to Australia or who are here and seeking to remain in Australia, and increasingly over the years, employers who are seeking to employ them. I've been doing that for 12 years now. So hopefully I've got something to help the inquiry with in terms of information about how things are operating where the rubber hits the road. It is a very important inquiry, and that's why I volunteered to provide some information and attend a hearing today, because the way I see it at the moment, we are at a very important juncture in the political discourse in our country. We have objectively a housing shortage, a housing crisis, and a cost of living crisis. And at the moment, what I'm seeing is a lot of narrative around migrants being the cause of that or contributing to it. And what I'm worried about is migrants being a scapegoat for solving the very real issue of cost of living and housing. And there may be an opportunity for skilled migration to play a role in supporting the resolution and solving that problem. But this committee's work is vitally important to ensure that our political decision-making is not steered in the wrong direction, because the consequences for the country would be severe. I don't think it's controversial regarding the benefits of skilled migration. I know there's been some questions about that, and there's certainly been plenty of information in the submissions. The contribution of skilled migration to Australia is economic, objectively very clear and uncontroversial, but there are also social benefits as well. And the consequences for Australia, if we are going to make decisions that are not correct because of a certain agenda, then those consequences will be felt by the country over the longer term. Thank you.
Thank you. I might kick off with a quick question. I was interested in your submission, Treat, about the domestic housing shortages and your views on that domestic housing shortages are due to construction productivity rather than migration levels. Do you want to elaborate a bit more on that and explain to the committee how this particular statement was made and how you came about that?
Because what's drawn me into this is the debate around housing and drawing migrants into as the cause of the problem. But when I looked into it, I realised we've got a housing productivity issue. Now, I'm not here to provide information about economic analysis. I'm more of an expert in immigration, but I can direct the committee to information already provided in the submissions and widely available that housing productivity has dropped significantly, 50%. So we're building half as many houses for the same number of construction work hours as we did 50 years ago. Now, there may be some reasons for that, certainly safety standards and all the rest of it, that's understandable, but I wouldn't expect productivity to drop 50%, particularly when we have technological improvements as well over that time. So I think there's definitely a concern around housing productivity. If we talk about cost of living and housing and living standards, which is what some people might be saying, that our living standards and per capita living standards are in decline, and it's because of migration. But living standards are driven by a lot of things, and housing is one of them. And if it's harder to build a house and more expensive to build a house and impossible to buy a house because of the price, then your living standards have dropped. It's got nothing to do with migration per se. It's because potentially one of the reasons is productivity, and maybe a whole raft of other reasons. And I'm not here to be an expert on housing, the housing industry. There are plenty of people that can provide you with good information about that. But I would draw the committee's attention to the fact that skilled migration is contributing to solving that problem, and is capable of contributing to solving that problem. And housing productivity is a concern. And I thought it was illuminating some of the information that's come to light in the recent inquiry into the CFMEU, and that's certainly interesting for people to listen to and understand what is happening in the housing industry. But in terms of skilled migration, we have a great opportunity to solve that problem immediately, because we're not bringing in the number of construction workers that we should be, and we certainly can.
Thank you. My next question goes on from that one with the housing, and you speak about a construction fund, housing construction fund visa in your submission. Can you explain that initiative a bit further and how it would work and what the proposal is?
The thought is that there are a number of people. There are going to be a number of people around the world that have experience running construction businesses or construction supply businesses. So they're able to help build the infrastructure that we need in Australia to build more houses. It's not just the builders, it's not just the construction trade workers, but it's also the provision of supply of materials and the entire supply chain. So there's all these people around the world that have had success building those businesses, and they have a bit of money, and they are attracted to coming to Australia. We have a very unique selling point here. We've got a country that people want to come to. Not all countries can boast that. So we have a strategic opportunity that and I wouldn't say competitors globally, but you could argue that some of them are competitors, don't have. So we have that opportunity to invite and support those that have a bit of money to invest in Australia and have the know-how to build those businesses, to rebuild or expand the construction industry infrastructure in Australia.
And in terms of one last question, what are the greatest shortcomings of the Australian current migration settings from your perspective as a registered migration agent? And secondly, how might the federal and state reforms change to address the gaps in the system?
There's a number of things that could be changed, and I would start with the major issue, which is how do we support the housing sector? Because I see that as being the core. If we can solve that problem, then we diminish the impact of the negative narrative around migration, because we do need to solve that very real issue of cost of living and housing access. So the first thing I would say about that is there are some occupations that are not available for sponsorship under the standard program that are in the construction sector, and employers, in order to access workers to be sponsored into those occupations, have to either give up or access a labour agreement through Home Affairs, which is a bespoke application, and it is a very long, drawn-out and uncertain process, because there's no real legislative framework. You can't say, well, I've met X, Y, Z, therefore I should be approved. It's very much a discretionary decision-making process. And it has a very important role to play, but it is holding back construction companies from employing certain occupations because they're not on the list. You've also got a problem with the TISMIT or CSIT. This is the income threshold, currently set at, well, it will be $79,499 per annum from 1 July. This is a one-size-fits-all minimum floor. It is not the market rate. necessarily. This is not about saying that we want to protect the wages of Australians. This is not about that. We already have that legislative mechanism. That's the Australian market salary rate. So no employer can sponsor anybody at a lower rate than what an Australian would be employed at or is employed at. The floor effectively acts as a barrier so that our migration program cannot be engaged with for occupations that are paid lower than that threshold. So you imagine if you made that threshold $150,000, we'd only be bringing in managers. So it is simply a mechanism to increase the fiscal contribution of the migration program, and it's a mechanism that was introduced a few years ago because of the analysis done at that time, was to say, well, if we raise that threshold, we won't bringing in lower income migrants, we'll be bringing in higher income migrants, and we're going to have a greater fiscal contribution. Good, lots more money. But that's just seeing migrants as dollar signs and not recognising the contribution that they're making to the economy, because those positions that are paid less than $80,000 a year are still important. Some of them are actually vital to our community, to our constituents. So it is an arbitrary number, and it's going to keep going up with the CPI indexing every 1 July, and it's increasingly going to harm our economy by blocking out occupations that should be available for sponsorship. So that's the, I guess, some of the overarching issues. There's a lot of things, and I've certainly put a few things in the submissions. Is there anything that you want me to go into more detail on in that area? I guess the other aspect is I'm concerned about regional migration as well. So being based in South Australia being considered regional under the migration program, and that does include Adelaide, and for very good reasons, migrants will typically favour Sydney, Melbourne and Brisbane for obvious reasons. They're more well known and the economic opportunities are considered to be more favourable there. So it's harder for regions to attract skilled migrants. We do need a leg up, and the immigration system allowing us certain concessions is important for states like South Australia and other regions, and even more important as you get into more remote locations where you can't just use the standard program as a one-size-fits-all for the same reasons I mentioned before, occupation lists and salary minimums. For example, we have a top-down approach at the moment with occupation lists. We're saying to the economy, we've identified all the occupations that are in shortage, and they're the ones you can sponsor. But that's prone to error. So Jobs and Skills Australia are doing the best they can. They're charged with a task, and they're doing what they can with the material and information available to them. But it is not the appropriate way, or not the optimal way, I should say, to construct the immigration program from an occupation point of view, because they just are not able to, from data in Sydney or Canberra, know where a shortage might appear in a location anywhere in the country at any given point in time. There might be a business next week that's about to experience a shortage that isn't experiencing it right now because the person's in the position, but they resign or whatever, and next week they're going to advertise that position, but because of the backward-looking rearview mirror analysis of where shortages are, it's not able to look forward. It's also not able to account for the dynamism in the economy where jobs are moving around all the time in terms of need, particularly as you get into more remote locations. So I would temper our reliance on the advice from Jobs and Skills in terms of what's in shortage and what's not, and I would either abolish occupation lists completely and put the burden on the employer to demonstrate that there's a need, or you have the occupations that Jobs and Skills Australia have already identified, not controversial. Then you have the other occupations that they might be thinking are not in shortage, but they can't have the confidence that at any given point in time, in some location, they're going to be needed by a business somewhere there. So allowing those occupations to remain on the list and widening the list, because you're only constricting the economy. You're not necessarily, you might be, you're arbitrarily taking out occupations that might be needed, really just to project an image that, to the public, that we're not letting anybody in, we're only letting them in to where they're needed. But that's already in the immigration system. No employer can sponsor anybody unless there's a genuine need to sponsor them. It's a key part of the assessment process.
Thank you.
I feel like
I might go to Ms. Fernando, who's waiting on the line to ask a question, our committee member from Victoria. Ms. Fernando?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. I just have one question. What are the most common challenges faced by skilled migrants when interacting with the Australian visa system? And if you can tell me in your capacity as a migration agent, that would be great.
Thank you for the question. I will answer it, I guess, in two different ways because of the two main streams of skilled migration. One is in the employer-sponsored stream, and the other is in the general skilled migration scheme. That's the points-tested visas. So under the employer-sponsored program, the biggest challenges to be faced are skills assessments, which act as a bit of a gatekeeper to the process, and there are certainly some examples where we could look at whether we abolish them completely and rely on the registration and licensing as sufficient, or deal with them in a different way, particularly in the trades sector as well, because of the requirement to conduct a technical examination that can only be done in a certain time frame when the examiner is in that location. It adds a lot of time to the process, and uncertainty and cost, so it becomes a barrier. And I think we could make the point that any barrier to the employer is a barrier to the skilled migrant. They're all in it together, trying to get an outcome. On the points-tested skilled migration side, the biggest barrier at the moment is the number of visas available. So in South Australia, you heard from the Department of State Development this morning that their quotas were slashed by 40-odd%. There's simply not enough visas to go around, so the state government would like to invite those people that have studied here or are working here, they're contributing to our economy, but they simply don't have the quotas to be able to do that. So there are growing instances, and we're seeing that in our practice, where people are having to return home, even though they might want to call Australia home. They're leaving because there isn't enough quota available. So that would be the number one concern from at least the South Australian perspective, but I'm sure it's shared by other jurisdictions, that the number of visas in that general skilled program needs to be increased to support those skilled migrants who are genuinely contributing to our economy and society.
Thank you very much. No more questions, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Reblow.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much for your submission. I found it had some very specific and direct suggestions, which was very useful. I just wanted to go back to the first point that you raised about the current housing shortage being due to a decline in construction productivity rather than increasing migration levels. I think I'd agree with you on that. I think where the public debate seems to be a bit more nuanced, though, is if housing shortages are as a result of construction productivity, which I think we'd agree on, we're operating now in a housing shortage environment, and so how do we relieve pressure on that environment, which is different to saying that migration is the cause of housing shortages. So the question is about the contribution of migrants to, I guess, pressure on the housing sector. And I think that's where the public debate seems to be. So I was just interested in your view. We've got a number of, because it's a bit of a chicken and egg situation, right? We need migrants to come and build houses because they've got the skills that we frankly just do not have here. But then we also need to house those people. So if we're looking at our entire migration system and our visa system, and if we are seeking to, I guess, bring back that public confidence in the system, which is clearly lacking whether or not we like it, whereabouts in those various visas would be the best place if we were to wind back migration? Where, in your opinion, would be the best place without obviously touching the construction workers?
That is a good question and a difficult one to answer because there are valid reasons why we have migrants under all of the programs. And I would, first of all, come back to the premise, just very briefly if I could, which is the premise that we need to cut migration. And I would say that we have to be very careful what we wish for in that respect, because if you do that, you will absolutely feel the economic impact, and you will feel the anger in the community because services will be cut. You will have an increase in inflation, which is an increase in cost of living, and maybe that's a scenario that an opposition may benefit from, but at the end of the day, it's going to be bad for Australia.
Sorry, if you don't mind me, has there been any sort of modelling that you're aware of to that effect?
Well, I would refer the committee to the. I think BDO did some analysis, and if I just get my notes up. It was a $1.6 trillion impact if we took immigration to zero between now and 2050. So that was, sorry, not BDO, that was the Migration Council of Australia. Did an analysis on the GDP impact of migration, and it increases GDP per capita by almost 6% compared with a zero migration.
Perhaps you can send us that paper.
Yes.
You can forward it to the committee if possible.
I'm referring to it because it was cited in the BDO submission, so I'll pull that up for you. It's in there.
Because the public debate seems to be around net overseas migration, right? Which in my understanding, the definition of net overseas migration is you need to be here for more than 12 months.
Question best asked to the ABS, but I think it's might be 12 or 18.
Right, okay.
I'm not an expert on that.
So that can take into account a number of different migration categories, that, like, for example, British backpackers.
Correct.
Who are here for a certain amount of time under Australia's agreement with the UK.
Yes.
But they still count as part of our net overseas migration.
Yes.
So there would still be parts within those net overseas migration counts that you would think, whether it's international students or others, that the economic contribution would be very different to construction workers.
No one can argue conversely to that. There's going to be different economic contribution depending on who they are and what they're coming in as. But I think I'm not an expert on the economic contribution of each individual cohort. I'm not sure if that analysis exists, but it would be good to see, absolutely. If we look at the biggest numbers of net overseas migration, visitors and working holiday visas and students are going to be big numbers. New Zealand citizens are also big numbers. And I think the committee should be aware that we have an agreement with New Zealand. So if someone is a citizen of New Zealand, they have the right of not only entry but residence in Australia indefinitely, and to be cognizant of the fact that New Zealand's immigration policy directly affects our migration policy. So to the question, I couldn't answer the economic.
Of course.
I don't have that.
But I guess that means what that means is that would you agree that there could be scope to reconsider that balance within our net overseas migration, which takes in skills and everything else, to make sure that it's more skewed towards skills where we do get that higher return?
Sure, you could, absolutely. And you could do an analysis to say these are the highest benefiting streams. I would probably expect the analysis to say they all contribute. And I think you're going to end up just saying, well, they're all positive, but we're going to cut some because the population, our voting public, are saying we need to cut, but it's not necessarily good for the country. Because even students, who are big numbers, they're contributing to our economy. They're paying for student enrolment fees. They're supporting jobs in our education sector. They also support the wider economy because they're using services and goods. And then a lot of them will go on to settle and have babies and do all of the things that our economy needs. So where do you draw the line?
But it does go back to that initial comment about when we go back to the housing shortage, that it's not about them causing the housing shortage, but how do we relieve pressure on it? And so I think that there is, there is an argument there to say,
yes,
well,
you can have that argument.
Working in the construction sector, potentially, and we've just heard from previous witnesses today that there are a large number of people, and something that, government always needs to work on, but there's a large number of people who are not working in the sectors that they need to be, which are the skilled sectors. If
you do that, you're going to have, definitely you're going to have negative consequences to that. As I said before, you're going to have, if you do it anywhere in the skilled program, you're going to have even more acute skill shortages in certain sectors, and you'll just have a loss of supply of services and goods. That will then drive further inflation, and it's going to be felt in your constituency, absolutely. When people can't access the services and goods because we don't have the people to deliver them, it's going to be deleterious. You're also going to have, if you cut the student sector, I think you have to be very careful about the student sector, because a lot of it is very, very beneficial to the country, because you're not only making a bit of money out of selling an education course, you're also training future foreign workers, right? That you're training them to our standards to then settle here and fill our skills shortages. And that's something that I really commend the Australian government on their policy, which is to align better the student visa program to our skills shortages, so that we're educating them, they're paying for that education, and we're later on filling our skills shortages at the same time. So it's perfect, and that's what we should be doing. If you're going to look at the student sector, I'd be looking at exactly what the government is doing right now, and has been, which is where are the non-productive student sectors? Where are they studying things that are just not going to be helpful to the country? And what is the behaviour of perhaps if there's a cohort that's exploiting the system to benefit by working here and not having a mind to actually contribute to Australia longer term? I think that's going to be fairly small in the analysis if you actually dig into it. And I appreciate that there's going to be people in the public, and as a politician you'll be hearing it, that people would be dissatisfied by the perception that some might be not contributing. But if you are going to look at that, that's what I would be trying to achieve. Whether that's going to be meaningful in numbers, I don't know. Because the students that I see in our practice, and maybe that's affected by the nature of the work we do, they're in real skill shortage jobs and they're contributing, so they're not the type of people that you'd want to be cutting. But if there is a cohort out there that is not contributing, that would be analysis you might want to see.
Thank you. Ms. Louise Miller-Frost.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your very well-researched paper. You focus very much on housing impacts in the construction industry. Is that an area of specialisation for you, or is it just something that you picked up in the community as?
It's driven by the fact that I'm very concerned about the narrative that is going on out there, and that migrants are a scapegoat, because people are feeling the pain of cost of living, and they're feeling, I mean, it's a distraught situation that children can't buy a house. This is a very serious element of the social contract. So I'm looking at that, and then I'm hearing migrants are taking our houses, and I know that that's a scapegoat, right? Because a few years ago, or whenever it was, a generation ago, migrants are taking our jobs. Now they're taking our houses. It is the thing that people can see in the street, generally because they're a different skin colour. And so they're looking around and saying, what's changed in my economy, in my society, that now I'm feeling the pinch? And they feel it at, every day in their bank account, in their lives. Everything is harder because of that cost of living and the housing crisis. So they're looking around, what is it? They don't understand monetary policy, right? And I don't wish to be disrespectful to the Australian public, but it's very difficult to understand the impact of the Reserve Bank's decisions on the housing market. It's also very difficult to understand the impact of lockdowns for a few years and stimulating the economy with $200 billion, and those that access those funds early benefit from the inflation that later ensues. Those sorts of concepts are difficult to convey and understand. So people are looking around and saying, what's the reason? I'm seeing a lot of different people here. That's the reason, that's the cause and effect, and that needs to change. But it's not, and that's why I started my submission with that, because it drives everything else. Because if we solve this housing problem And if we use migration to help solve that problem, because that's what I'm able to contribute, there are all sorts of levers that need to be pulled to fix the problem. But if we can bring in a whole bunch of construction workers and we can bring in some business people to actually build construction supply infrastructure, then we have a much stronger construction sector that's able to build double the amount of houses that it's doing at the moment, which is conceivably possible if we just go ahead and do these things. Then you're not going to have this narrative, and people will be saying how wonderful the economy is and how wonderful our multicultural society is because everyone's contributing. But at the moment, they're being blamed.
Yeah. And, you know, I mean, the norm also includes Australians returning home, so it's a very loose
It does,
thing.
yeah, true.
However, I'll ask questions instead of observing. So in terms of other areas of actually I'll ask this question first. You mentioned that there are some occupations within construction industry that are not on the list and not about, people are not able to, so employers are not able to bring them in. What are those occupations?
Okay, well, a good example would be scaffolders. That is something that is really not controversial at this point. It's very difficult to get scaffolders. They're highly paid for what they do. It's not easy work. It's difficult work, physical work. And it's not really highly skilled. It's something that you can learn in 6 months or a year, but it is skilled. It's just not something like a doctor that does 10 years of training, right? And it's very difficult to find workers that are able to perform that role in any kind of long-term way because of the physicality and the lack of attraction. At the end of the day, we've got a 4% unemployment rate. People are not rushing to these types of jobs, and I can assure the committee and anybody that wants to raise the issue of migration and unemployment, well, there's plenty of jobs for anybody if they want it. We just have to look at the jobs that we're sponsoring workers into. No employer would go through that process if they could employ an Australian to do those jobs. So,
And are there other sort of occupations?
others, yeah,
Yep.
concreters is another example. Yeah, it's very hard to find concreters. General labourers. Now, general labourers are going to be lower skilled, and so there's generally been a policy around we don't want to have a migration program that brings in lower skilled workers because we want to support our Australian working population. That's understandable. There's got to be a certain level that we're bringing skilled migrants in, right? Maybe there's some work to be done in terms of the construction sector because the way they build houses is it's not always a qualified trades. There are all sorts of people working on construction sites that are lower skilled, labour hands or whatever you want to call them. If we can increase the supply of those workers, then we're going to turbocharge the construction. So those are a few things that I would call out in terms of the construction sector. General supervision of construction sites as well. So you've got your team leader sort of thing. And of course the barriers, which is the fact that they're on the occupation list, but there's still barriers to recruiting those trades is a parallel issue. So it's very difficult to recruit internationally. If anyone's had any experience with that, it's expensive. And I said in my submission, $25,000 to $30,000 generally per head is what you're looking at. When you take into account all of the visa costs, plus professional assistance fees, plus recruitment costs, because it's not like you could put an ad on Seek and you're going to get a great candidate from the Philippines or something. You have to go over there. You have to really be in the market, and you have to test their skills, do all sorts of things. So one of the big issues with the trade sector is, and I know you're aware, that about 3% of our skilled migration program is the trades, construction sector occupations. It's because we don't bring them in as students. We have a student visa program. This goes back to the point we talked about. Student visa program that supports our skills shortages, but why are we not bringing in students to study our trades and support our construction sector? And I've been talking about that for a number of years, and there's been a couple of reasons. Number one, the student visa is not, it can be, but it's not currently set up for apprenticeships. So that's a potential real win for policymakers to solve the problem. If we can bring in construction, and these are generally people that have already worked in construction, but they're coming here to upskill or equivalent their skills to Australian standards, and then through that process are able to obtain a visa to work and then go into the workforce, or even they'll be working as part of the apprenticeship. So apprenticeship visa would be solving that problem, because at the moment we don't have whatever the number is, 100,000 or 200,000 students floating around Australia waiting for a job in the construction sector. But we do have them in other industries, because we're teaching non-citizens all sorts of different subjects, like engineering and IT and all that sort of thing, but we're not teaching them construction. Why not?
You mentioned the barriers to getting recruiting overseas. One of the things we've heard from a number of witnesses is around the difficulties in establishing equivalency around qualifications, and particularly skills that are not necessarily backed up by a piece of paper. Is that the experience you've seen? You've mentioned something about employers needing to demonstrate. Oh no, that was slightly different. Employers needing to demonstrate a need rather than necessarily having a list of a list of trades as such. And part of the challenge we've heard from other witnesses is you already have a real burden of administration around recruiting overseas and admin and getting these qualifications in. So there's a whole load of questions there around what's your experience in that sort of...
Absolutely. So the first thing that I would say, just to premise it, and I don't agree with a lot that comes out of the IPA, but they did make one statement at a recent productivity hearing, which was that we're not seeing a lot of buildings falling down in other countries. And there seems to be a bit of an assumption that someone who has been working in the construction sector in another country is not up to Australian standards. And perhaps if we just consider that a little bit and temper the maybe a little bit of hubris or a little bit of self-confidence about our standards, but maybe we just temper that a little bit. The second point I would make is, if we are going to make sure that they are up to Australian standards, and whatever they may be. So as I go to, my point about tempering is maybe we're looking at certain things like safety standards, because certain countries won't have those safety standards embedded into the industry. Understandable. So we do some of that. But it's not necessarily onerous. The issue is infrastructure. These people are in foreign countries. Who's going to go and train and test, right? Who's doing that work? At the moment, we have a skills assessment body that will, and there's a few RTOs that are appointed by the Australian government to do this work. They'll go over to a country like the Philippines and conduct trades testing on a certain date or series of dates throughout the year. But the market has to fit into that program and has to wait for all of that to happen. The infrastructure is not there as a permanent resource to test someone's skills and stamp it and get them on their way in a week or two. This is months and months of waiting and preparation. So I would temper the expectation of how much we need to train and upskill in terms of equivalency, and then I would put in infrastructure that's going to allow us to do that offshore, because it's going to cost money. The Australian government has to put in money into RTOs or a dedicated organisation to go and have a facility over there that's going to do all this testing. Or you solve, and that's an immediate, and that's going to take some time as well, but the apprenticeship visa also solves that problem longer term, because you don't have to have those offshore facilities. You're doing it all here under your Australian framework. Sorry, did that answer your question?
Yeah, no, that's good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Paxton, for coming today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, I believe the analysis regarding the $1.6 trillion cut to the Australian economy would be great if you could send that through. And if you could send it through to the Secretariat before Friday the 5th of June or thereabouts would be great. You'll also be sent a transcript of your evidence today, and you'll also have an opportunity to request any corrections to any transcription errors that you may think are in there. On that note, thank you for your evidence, and the committee will now take a lunch break till 1 p.m. No, sorry, 1:30 p.m. We'll see you all back here at 1:30. Thank you. Hansard ready? Terrific. I now welcome Mr. Glasbrook from Global Adelaide to give evidence for the Hansard record. Would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Mark Glasbrook, the founder of Global Adelaide.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Thank you for your submissions to the inquiry. I'll invite you to make a short opening statement of no more than 5 minutes, and then we'll proceed to discussions and general discussion and Q&A. Just before I hand over to you, also online we have Cassandra Fernando and Miss Day Lee as well. They may be online now, or they may not be. If they are, they can give us a sign that they are. No. At some point they'll dial in as well. Over to you, Mr. Glasbrook.
Thank you. Great to be here and great to have an opportunity to talk to you face to face and online. And I cannot emphasise strongly enough the significant importance of this inquiry in terms of changing the way that the Australian Skilled Migration Program operates. It is an incredibly beneficial program to the country and to regional areas if it is run correctly. And regrettably, for whatever reason, it is not run to the best of its capacity, and that has a whole range of impacts which are addressed in my submission. But there are really good opportunities for simple measures to change the operational structure in a way that, as a country, we could be doing far more with far less migrants through the Skilled Migration Program by addressing things like underutilisation and so on. So I think you have the best role at the moment in politics. I'm an immigration nerd. I love it. I have been doing immigration work for close to 30 years, started working with my father, who got involved with immigration after he got out of state politics. So he's been doing immigration since 1986, and he was one of the first people to practice immigration in South Australia and one of the first nationally. And he was a director and the national president of the Migration Institute. I've had a role as the state president of the Migration Institute and been on the national board. I found that being involved with a national organisation really focused on migration in the big cities, because that's where most of the members of the Migration Institute are, whereas the challenges that are faced in South Australia are quite unique to South Australia and other regional areas, and that's my interest, is really immigration reform around assisting business and industry address critical workforce shortages in regional areas. Global Adelaide was set up by me after I visited the US and came across a man called Steve de Bockman, who spent some time in the US government. He was a member for Michigan in Detroit. And after he was in politics, he set up Global Detroit as a way to influence and inform immigration in the US. And immigration in the US has similar challenges to what we have in Australia in terms of the settlement and distribution patterns of migrants and skilled migrants. So after meeting with Steve, I founded and set up Global Adelaide, and that is a group of business and industry who meet to discuss immigration challenges and workforce challenges and how immigration policy settings can be reformed to address critical workforce shortages. So it's all evidence-based. It's all based on research that I'm funding personally myself. The most recent report, which I funded, was around $125,000 to do that. And earlier there was a question to the state government about whether or not there's any evidence about the economic benefit of migration, and their answer was no, that is not correct. They have a copy of the research that I've given them, and it clearly indicates the economic challenges and benefits of beneficial immigration reform in South Australia, which is something that could be applied federally to deliver challenges to other regional and low population growth areas. So Global Adelaide has evidence-based research on skill shortages, workforce shortages, the movement of people nationally, internationally, and looks at ageing workforce, ageing demographics of both the population and workforce, and what we can do more meaningfully to address critical workforce shortages and the distribution settlements patterns of migrants, and making sure that people are coming to Australia through the migration program do what we want them to do as a country, not what is best for them, which is sometimes studying a course, getting residency and going and doing whatever they want, which is great for them as a person, but it's not really fulfilling the intent and purpose of the skilled migration program. I'll happy to answer any questions, and also 40 minutes is probably really short to go through the paper that I've written, which is really everything that I've done in the past in terms of research, going back to research and reports from about 20 years ago, I think. But happy to talk today, and if there's an opportunity or a need to talk to the inquiry in the committee further.
Thank you for appearing before us, and thank you for the paper, which we all have a copy, and which will be which is now tabled as evidence to the committee. Is that correct? Yes. Yep. So we will have that for us to ensure that when we're coming up with our recommendations, that we look at it and see the points that are in there and consider them as we develop the recommendations closer towards the end of the report. So rest assured that the paper that you've given us will be studied, looked at, and analysed fairly closely. On that note, I'll kick off with a couple of questions. Just very quickly, Global Detroit. Is Global Detroit, and then we have Global Adelaide. Are there other global and cities around the place, around the world? Is it like I don't want to use the word franchise, but is it a model that is international around the world?
There's a number of global...
Or is it just an area that you looked at and thought, this is a great idea, I'll set it up in Adelaide?
I've looked at how immigration operates all around the world, and it's very easy to pick the best pieces out and try to apply that here. Yeah. Global Detroit was set up in Detroit by Steve de Bockman. After setting that up, there are other global cities throughout the US and Canada. I haven't spoken to Steve for probably about 6 months now. I haven't asked whether or not it's any other countries, but it is throughout the US and Canada.
Excellent. And what sort of model is it based on in terms of, you obviously saw some benefits in the Global Detroit and thought this would be great for Adelaide. Do you want to run us through some of the positives of Global Detroit and how how we can mirror them here in Australia?
Yeah, what I find...
Before we get into the nitty-gritty.
Yeah, of course. A lot of people understand the challenges of immigration, and people can talk about skill shortages and things around immigration. A lot of people can't articulate in the right language what the opportunities are for reform. So coming together with business and industry, and there's around 45 key industries that are involved with Global Adelaide in South Australia, the RDA network, the LGA, parts of government as well, are looking at not just the challenges because of the demographic makeup of our population and workforce, but overlaying workforce projections over the next decade to 2035 and looking at critical workforce shortages now versus what they'll be in 2035, which will grow by 89% in South Australia, and then looking at how do we influence meaningful immigration reform. Unfortunately, the South Australian Government and DSD don't really engage with Global Adelaide. They have their own methodology of trying to understand immigration, which unfortunately doesn't align to business and industry needs in South Australia.
Thank you. In terms of working with, obviously there's needs in different regions, and we heard earlier from different witnesses that appeared that what may be a need for us, for example, in Whyalla, in terms of skills, would not be a need in maybe Sydney or Darwin or somewhere else. And I suspect the State Development Office that's been set up to deal with these intricate details are there to engage and to ensure that there's a model in place that looks at the needs that we have in South Australia and then attracts those needs. How would you say that is streamlined with the State Department and different organisations, industry, and groups like yourself in terms of streamlining that and working together to reach those goals for South Australia?
Unfortunately, there's a mismatch between the level of involvement of business and industry. An example could be hairdressers. Hairdressers are in critical shortage in South Australia. They are not represented on any state government occupation list, and and direct involvement from the SABA, which is the South Australian Hair and Beauty Association, has failed to have any connectivity with the state government in terms of being represented on the state migration program. Even things like medical sonographers is another occupation that's in demand in South Australia, and the state government are nominating people through the employer-sponsored migration program, but there's gaps in that occupation being on the state government designated area migration agreement. And why that's important is that most sonographers that government and private businesses are looking to bring into the state, and there's significant workforce shortages in this area, they're over the age of 45, and that's the cut-off for most skilled migration programs. Something like a designated area migration agreement allows flexibility on waivers of age. So there is regrettably a disconnect between what the state government through DSD are doing and the needs of business and industry. And that's mapped out in the Global Adelaide, most recent Global Adelaide report. And we've also got economic data around using things like a training visa program. And the current federal government training visa program is very poorly run. It is very poorly run, and it needs to be reformed. If the reforms are introduced by the state and federal government that we have recommended, the economic contribution to the state economy is around $5.3 billion a year. So over the next decade to 2035, it could provide at least a $50 billion economic benefit to the South Australian economy, whilst providing the right level of protection for people that are going through that program and addressing critical workforce shortages in regional areas, plus then leaning into the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade international partnership arrangements that we have with the Philippine government and other Indo-Pacific and Asian member countries as well.
The other question I have before I hand over to my colleagues, and then we'll come back later, I've got quite a few actually. What's the rationale behind requiring only state-nominated migrant candidates to compete an ORS assessment?
So in South Australia, the state government has funded research from Deloitte and the university, Flinders University, into underutilisation. That's where Australia as a country are nominating skilled migrants to come here, but they cannot get a job in their occupation. Largely that's seen due to a mismatch between the skills, competency, proficiency, English numeracy and literacy.
So that, sorry to interrupt, that doesn't mean there's not a skills shortage.
Yeah, so there's definitely a skill shortage and there's migrants coming in, but the migrants that are coming in are not employable because they don't have the competency and proficiency that Australian employers want and need. So those people that will come in, and as an example, the South Australian government through the state nomination program will nominate mechanics that have come to Australia. Let's say an international student comes to South Australia or anywhere in Australia and does a degree in accounting. That gives them a 3-year post-study work visa. When they're here in Australia, they can then do a Certificate 3 in carpentry. Once they've got that qualification, they can do a skill assessment with Trades Recognition Australia, and the inquiry might want to have a look at how many people fail that skill assessment. Once someone's got the skill assessment, they can be nominated by the state government of South Australia as a carpenter. They will never work as a carpenter because their competency and proficiency is not at the standard that Australian employers need. They will do a 12-month institutionalised training program with no on-the-job requirement at all and then get a visa as a carpenter. If they do not work as a carpenter, they're underutilised. If they do not work as a carpenter, they're not building houses. If they're not working as a carpenter, they're living in a house that could be filled by a carpenter coming in from overseas who has the skills and qualifications and experience that Australia needs.
Understood. Ms. Louise Miller-Frost.
Thank you. Thank you for the information about the economic impact. I want to ask the opposite question. Is there calculations in there that looks at what the impacts the current shortage of skilled workers has on what is the negative impact on the economy?
Yes, absolutely. Previously, before I started Global Adelaide or founded Global Adelaide, I funded some more research with BDO. So BDO Econ Search were the organisation that were doing it all independently. They're doing research for the state government in other areas. That did some research. Interestingly, it did some research on understanding or creating a new methodology for measuring the economic benefit of migration and migrants into Australia. Currently, it's done under a fiscal methodology, which is let's bring a lot of people into the country that earn a lot of money. The more money they earn, the more tax they pay. The more tax they pay, the higher the fiscal benefit. It's called the Fiona methodology. Fiona is very bad for regional Australia. The methodology that was created, so I asked BDO to create a new methodology for measuring the economic benefit of migrants through a distributional calculation. The distributional calculation shows either the economic benefit of migrants coming into the country or the lost opportunity cost of not bringing people in to fill those skilled vacancies. So the same equation applies in a positive or negative sense.
Good. Was that in your submission?
Correct.
It
Yes,
is
it
fantastic. Thank you. I just had to flick through to see if I could find it.
It is a long submission.
It is. Thank you very much. Well researched. We heard earlier about some of the challenges about, particularly in the construction industry. The conversation was about lower skilled occupations not being able to come in, and you mentioned hairdressers not coming in as well, and that, you know, obviously that's a different economic driver. Do you have any particular thoughts around how we actually get those, how we assess and recruit those lower skilled occupations? And we were talking about cementers, scaffolders, you know, those sort of really important construction jobs that don't necessarily require an apprenticeship or a qualification.
Yeah, it's really interesting and very easy to. Immigration's a very easy problem to resolve by creating programs based on what business and industry and the economy need. So in terms of bringing people into the country to fill semi-skilled roles, which is around the Cert 2, Cert 3 level, that is based on and wanting those people to connect to employers and jobs. It comes down to the ability of that person to do that work and that role and to fulfil that role to the standards that are needed by business and industry. And skills assessments that are done by Trades Recognition Australia don't assess that. The only way to do that is by doing an assessment of someone's competency and proficiency to the Australian standards. And that's something that's being done at the moment through the South Australian Skills Commission and their occupational recognition assessment. That will then determine whether or not someone is competent and proficient to the required standards, and where they are not at that right standard, they can then do micro-credentialing or do an on-the-job traineeship or apprenticeship in order to meet the Australian standards, get an Australian trade certificate, and then demonstrate to employers that they've got the skills and competency that's required to work at the appropriate level.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned earlier about needing migrants to do what we, the state, want them to do, as opposed to necessarily what they personally want to do. Did you have any thoughts about how that would happen over what time period we'd require them? I mean, we do have kind of indentured sort of, you know, particularly in the medical sector, if you come in, you have to be, I think it's 5 years in the country, but what's your time frame and how would you manage that?
It depends on there's multiple different parts of the visa and immigration process. So if we're looking at maximising the opportunities, using the example of an international student. An international student can come into South Australia, study a Cert 3 in carpentry, get through a skill assessment, get sponsored by the state government and never work a day as a carpenter. The flip side of that would be encouraging people from overseas to come to South Australia or any regional area and do an apprenticeship on a student visa, which is something that is possible. And I've mapped that out in the submission. It is possible to do. That would require the person to work on the job. And we're encouraging international students to come to the country because it's so good for the economy. But immigration works best where there's a shared benefit and a shared outcome. If international students want to come and do a carpentry qualification to get permanent residency, we should be encouraging people that are genuine and genuinely want to do that as a job and a career. An apprenticeship could do a 4-year program, no different to an Australian citizen or resident would do, and they would be working on the job with an employer throughout that period. After that, there would be opportunities to progress through the migration program to get residency. So that could be 4 to 6 years of training and work experience in a designated area prior to someone being eligible to get permanent residency. Interesting, I was here for part of the hearing this morning, and you asked a question about regional Australia. Regional Australia, the full definition and full terminology is regional and low population growth. Adelaide is not regional, we are low population growth. Whyalla is regional, but the whole name is regional and low population growth. Adelaide is low population growth, so we should stay in that program. And yes, we are competing with other regions, but as you mentioned earlier, Stephen, there's different requirements in different areas. So we just need a migration program that facilitates the movement of people to the right areas with the right skill sets that can work at their skill level. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Mr. Reblo.
Thank you, Chair. One of the things you've spoken about in your submission is in relation to the consequences of underutilisation and the consequences in particular on housing. And so what you've said, or I think my understanding of what you've said is that because of underutilisation at the moment, which is occurring within our migration system, that is the reason that migration is viewed as causing strain on housing and infrastructure. Is that right?
That's one of the reasons.
That's one of the
absolutely,
reasons.
100%.
I was interested in you spoke about the competency and proficiency being lacking as the gap between the people that are coming into Australia and them getting a job. And you spoke about the concept of introducing numeracy testing, which I haven't heard before, so I thought that was quite interesting. In your experience, that gap, how do we best address that gap? And if I may, I think you're going to allude to having those more rigid assessments prior to them coming in. Is that correct?
Yes. Again, the migration program operates in different ways, but there is an opportunity for international students onshore to go through a skills competency and proficiency test, including numeracy and literacy, before they're eligible to be sponsored by the South Australian Government. If they're at the required level of competency and proficiency and they get an occupational certificate, that's the same as a trade certificate, so an employer would know this person meets the requirements of being a tradesperson in South Australia. An example of that is a pilot program that I'm involved with at the moment in South Australia, where international students that have come to Australia to do a degree have then swapped over to do automotive qualifications because that offers a pathway to residency. Once they're on that pathway to residency, they can stop being a mechanic, as is happening with carpentry. But about 12 months ago, the state government stopped nominating mechanics. There was an employer in South Australia that employed some of these mechanics. They couldn't employ them under the 482 employer-sponsored program because they're not skilled enough. So they looked at a training visa program with the South Australian Skills Commission. As part of that program, there needs to be a contract of training in place, and to understand the level of competency and proficiency that somebody holds, they've completed an occupational recognition assessment, which was conducted by the Motor Trades Association. The MTA in South Australia are the authority on the competency and proficiency standards for mechanics, and they are the largest GTO in South Australia. The candidates that they've assessed that have passed an Australian Skilled Migration Trades Recognition Australia assessment were assessed as about a year one or year two apprentice. Yet they are eligible to get residency in Australia. There is a significant gap between international students studying vet qualifications to get permanent residency in Australia. And the CEVA have data on completion rates of all people that do vet qualifications in Australia. And the CEVA completed data for international trade occupations, which is people that finish a trade qualification and work in that occupation, is 28.2%. And we are allowing these people to get permanent. Good luck to them if they get residency. I'm also a migration agent, so I run immigration, so I sort of see it from both sides. But if we're looking at optimising the Australian migration program to deliver what we need as a country, allowing international students to get permanent residency when they've completed a Cert 3 institutionally over 12 or 18 months with no on-the-job work experience, and then allowing them to work on your car and fix your brakes, like, this is a misuse of the whole migration program.
And so this is this is something in terms of the nominations by the state. They don't. Have you engaged with them on it?
Absolutely, and they do not see it as a problem that they're nominating skilled migrants under the state nomination program who cannot work as a trade person at the required trade level.
Sorry, how are they nominating? I mean, where do these? What research? How do they pull these lists out?
They have their own criteria of who they nominate.
Sorry, I just don't want to.
It's very important and it's very connected. The state government and other governments and territories have their own nomination eligibility criteria. Where someone's an international student and they've completed a course and they have a skill assessment and they have work experience, they will be nominated. But no one is checking the competency and proficiency standards of that person to Australian standards. There is a significant difference between a skill assessment and an assessment of competency and proficiency.
Understood. Yep. Got it. Sorry.
And so would the solution to that as well, because I really like this idea of looking at apprenticeships, and would the solution in part be bring these people in earlier and then we train them here so that we don't have to worry about that gap between skills assessment and competency, because it would be done under Australian guidance?
Absolutely. I find it really hard to understand how ASQA will say to TAFE SA, if you're going to train people in South Australia, you need to do it under an apprenticeship. So any mechanic needs to be under a training contract with the South Australian Skills Commission, which is a federally recognised training contract. But if you're an international student coming in, we'll let you deliver a Cert 3 in automotive studies. There's a mismatch between international education and training that we expect and want our kids to go through.
And if we were to go down the path of opening up migration to apprenticeship programs, can you think about are there any barriers to that? What's the devil's advocate argument to it?
Devil's advocate argument is always going to be why train someone from overseas and not train someone locally. So you always need to make sure that the number one thing we're looking at, whether it's employment visas or training visas, is you are not, the primacy of Australian workers and Australian training will always come first. But where there is a gap that is recognised by business, industry and government, and if there are people that are willing to come in from overseas to go through these training programs because they see it as beneficial, then why not offer them that opportunity rather than allowing an international student to come here from an overseas country, study a bachelor degree in something and then flip to do a Cert 3 qualification in automotive or carpentry as a way to get residency when they have zero interest in doing that. And that's why we see such significant underutilisation rates of the skilled migration program. And that's why the migration program fails to meet the workforce needs of Australia. We have a lot of people coming into the country backed up by the South Australian Government's submission or report, that was done by Deloitte that found there's 39,000 underutilised skilled migrants in South Australia. Flinders University found that the state nomination program works about 50% of the time. So if the state nomination program is trying to fill 25,000 vacancies, the state government needs to nominate 50,000 migrants. We then need to find houses for 50,000 migrants, not 25,000 if we were running the program better.
Yeah, but if we had a more productive migration system that minimises underutilisation, the effect of migration on housing won't be as bad because we're actually getting a return.
Correct. Again, we could do more with less if the migration program was more focused on what we need as a country.
Thank you.
I was interested to see in your submission in the research paper that you've done where you mention ASEAN and ASEAN countries and the relationship we have, but also the Philippines as well, which are an ASEAN member, and that we should be working closer with the Philippines. What's the specific gravitation to the Philippines? And then fill us in about the ASEAN and what we could do as part of this region to fulfil our shortages.
Yeah, whilst also providing life-changing, beneficial opportunities to people from marginalised communities in the Indo-Pacific and Asian member countries. About 3.5 years ago, I had a discussion with the CEO of the Cleve District Council. Cleve is just below Whyalla and the South Australian members will
no,
understand.
Mr. Rebelo's.
Yeah, it's 4.5 hours out of Adelaide. It's got a population of around 1,700 people. If you look at the settlement distribution pattern of migrants in South Australia and Australia, South Australia underperforms in terms of migration outcomes if you look at the overall percentage of our population. And going back in the 1970s, when I was born, South Australia was 9.1% of the total population of Australia. We're now 6.95 or 6.94, so we're falling. Our migration outcomes are low. Our population and growth rate is around 4.6% of the total population of Australia. So we're 6.95%, we're growing at 4.6%, so our population will fall. There's no other outcome. And that includes migration outcomes and fertility rates and net interstate migration as it is at the moment. So in Cleve, they have a very ageing population. They have a lot of opportunities in that Cleve area. CH4 are developing seaweed to go into cow feed to reduce methane emissions. There's a graphite mine. There's a hatchery for sardines and kingfish. There's a whole lot going out there. Great place, but it's so regional and they can't find anyone to go there.
So there's jobs available there right now, yeah.
Jobs available. Cleve were trying to come up with a way to design a migration program that could attract and retain people in that area. The hardest thing with immigration reform is where it requires legislative reform, very, very hard. So we're trying to design, we tried to design something within the operational framework of the existing migration program. And the Cleve District Council referenced a high number of Filipino residents in Whyalla and Port Lincoln and an opportunity to whether they could tap into that cohort as a way to attract people to Cleve.
Makes sense.
So that's where that started. Shortly after that, I went across to the Philippines to have a look at a couple of training opportunities, and there was a school that was teaching automotive mechanics from marginalised communities from the Philippines to go over to the Middle East and work with General Motors. And it sort of dawned on me, if we could design a training program to get the primary person out to regional South Australia and they could come with their families, it would be a far better outcome than a worker going to the Middle East and working terrible hours and being separated from their families and children. But they still saw that opportunity of getting out of the Philippines as a life-changing opportunity. So I came back to Australia. I spoke with the Cleve District Council. That led to a discussion with the Motor Trades Association. Through that discussion, it led to ongoing discussions with the South Australian Skills Commission. And we started having a look at the Philippines and a 407 training visa. And as I mentioned originally, the 407 training visa is very misused in Australia, and it's got some problems and challenges that need to be resolved, but it does offer an opportunity through a government stream, which is the Australian government and the Filipino government sort of working together. So under the Indo-Pacific sort of arrangement that the Australian government has through DFAT and the partnership arrangement with the Filipino government, we started looking at opportunities of introducing a training visa program for Filipinos from marginalised communities to come to regional South Australia and participate in an on-the-job training program where they have, like the assessment of competency and proficiency for mechanics, which is stream 2.
So they start their training or vocational study in the Philippines?
So if we look at mechanics, we've already got nurses who have arrived in Cleve that are going through this program. The next stream is mechanics, where the Motor Trades Association will go to the Philippines, assess the competency and proficiency of mechanics.
Assess, not train.
Assess, purely assess their competency and proficiency. Where there's a gap to the Australian standards, that becomes the individualised training program that applies to the person that's going through the training.
Here or there the training?
Here.
Yeah.
So they come on shore and there's a training contract between the South Australian Skills Commission, which is also a contract between the federal government, the training participant, the employer, and an RTO. And there is structured on-the-job training delivered to the person in real time, like an earn and learn capacity, where they will be earning around $60,000 a year whilst going through the training. And that training is governed by training awards. In the Philippines, a mechanic will earn around 180,000 pesos a year, which is about 5,000 Australian dollars. And they're trying to support their wives and their families which means there's not really an opportunity for them to break the cycle of poverty for their children. Under this program, the South Australian Skills Commission negotiated with the government for children connected to this program to have access to public education in South Australia. So we're not only looking at a program that provides life-changing, transformational opportunities to the training participant, but also to their children, who will have an opportunity to break the cycle of poverty.
And this is up and running at the moment? Or
This is up and running. Unfortunately, there's been some opposition from DSD to this program. I'm not sure why, but the program is up and running at the moment.
Okay, excellent. Sounds great. And the ASEAN connection, very similar? Or?
Well, yes, as you rightly mentioned, the Philippines is a member of the ASEAN network. I started looking at this as the Philippines, and then we started looking at other opportunities for this to be expanded into other Indo-Pacific regions and then also into ASEAN member countries. And it's something that this can provide such a significant benefit. Yeah. And we're just at the start, but it's taken 3.5 years to get to where we are.
Yes. So do these people have the opportunity to become permanent residents, or is the requirement that they go back to the Philippines?
Any temporary visa holder in Australia has an opportunity to apply for another visa if they meet the eligibility criteria to do so. International students, backpackers, visitor visas. It wouldn't be any different to someone that's going through this program, but the primary intention of this program is to provide training to people from overseas while they're here in South Australia, and this can apply anywhere nationally. While they're here, they are living and working in a regional area. So they're addressing a critical workforce need, but they're also contributing to the local economy by buying things and their kids going to local schools. That increases consumption expenditure and the demand for goods and services, which creates new employment and training opportunities.
Sorry, go on.
The modelling, I get pretty excited by this. The modelling that we've done shows that in South Australia by 2035, we'll have around 43,500 vacancies. That's more vacancies than we have people. If 28,000 people over the next decade, so around 2,800 people a year, come in under this program, we can fill the 28,000 vacancies. That's what creates the $5.3 billion economic benefit to South Australia, but it also creates 21,000 new employment and training opportunities for South Australians.
And what's the benefit to the Philippines government? Why are they involved?
Well, the Philippines government have the Department of Migrant Workers, and they assess the suitability of an employer in country. And the biggest export out of the Philippines is workforce. So we want to engage in a meaningful way with the Filipino government so they know that there is an economic benefit to them in terms of repatriation of money. And that's the biggest income driver in the Philippines is through repatriation of funds.
So they're supporting their elderly parents and...
Correct. I would imagine that some will want to stay in Australia, some will go back to the Philippines, some might go to America or Canada or the UK with the qualifications that they gain from Australia. But the repatriation of money back into those regional communities or the marginalised communities is a significant benefit.
We'd want them to stay here. So if there's a shortage,
ideally, and no different to international students. If an international student is good and they meet our requirements, we should encourage them to stay here. That could also apply to this program if they meet the eligibility criteria to do that at the end. But we don't know if they will because we don't have a crystal ball.
I take it you've spoken to the ASEAN Chamber of, there's a Chamber of Commerce or business part of the ASEAN conference which takes place every year.
Yes.
We're very lucky to have Francis Wong.
Yeah, we are. Francis
So
Wong is a wonderful South Australian, yes. I have had discussions with Francis, and we're looking at opportunities to tap into funding through ASEAN member countries. The number one priority for ASEAN member countries is getting their, people from marginalised communities trained and skilled.
Yeah.
And they see Australia as one of the leading countries in the world for education, which we are. Unfortunately, that training is being delivered in country institutionally. Institutionally means there's no on-the-job training. If we could encourage people from ASEAN member countries to come to South Australia and Australia to study and get on-the-job experience, it will deliver a better outcome than institutionalised training. Institutionalised training is better than no training at all, but it's not as good as training on the job, which is regulated by the South Australian Skills Commission.
Excellent. Ms. Lewis.
I know I've asked mine.
Mr. Rebelo.
I've just got one more
question,
and that is a consistent theme throughout your submission has been in relation to the lack of data.
Yeah.
and the lack of question. And I think you've asked the committee, you've suggested that the committee tries to encourage, I guess, the getting that data so that we can actually have an informed approach to migration. Could you tell us a little bit about what sort of data you think is important, and I guess your interactions with the government about how we've been able to try and get those?
As a country, if we're trying to maximise the benefits of the skilled migration program in Australia, we need to understand post-visa grant data and what is someone doing once they've been granted Australian permanent residency through the skilled migration program. At this stage, there's very limited data. Longitudinal studies in Australia aren't as informed as they are in Canada.
Yep.
In Canada, they'll use a tax file number as a way to gain better access to data. In Australia, with an absence of that level of data, what we could be doing is, as an example, the South Australian government could provide a list of all of the people they've nominated under the state skilled migration program, and that could go to the ATO, and we could match data from names to their tax information, so we'd see their occupation, where they're living, what their income is. That could go to the ABS. They could wash all personal identifiers out of that, and we would be left with a list of every person that's been nominated by the South Australian government, where they're living, what they're doing, and we could compare that with what we thought they would be doing when we nominated them through the skilled migration program.
And so we currently don't really track post.
There is no... I've been doing immigration work for 30 years. I cannot believe that Australia does not track post-visa grant data in a meaningful way that would influence and inform future directions of the way that the Australian migration program needs to be reformed to deliver better outcomes.
That's surprising.
It's incredibly surprising and alarming.
Thank you. No further questions? Being no further questions, thank you for coming today. I think there was something that was asked to be provided additional information on. I think there was something, but if there was, please make sure you send it through to the Secretariat by Friday the 5th of June or thereabouts. You'll also be sent a transcript of your evidence, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors you may think are there. And if need be, we may call upon you again, or if there's something you want to feed through, please feel free to do so. Once again, thank you very much for your submission, and thank you for the research paper that you've done.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tara.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm very happy to talk at any time.
Yeah. Excellent. Now we're waiting for our next. We might take a quick break of a couple of minutes until our next witness dairy farmers turn up. I now welcome the witnesses from the South Australian Dairy Farmers Association to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state just your names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Alison Amber, and I'm the Executive Officer for SADA for the South Australian Dairy Farmers Association.
Excellent.
Andrew Curtis, Chief Executive Officer.
Thank you. Thank you to both of you for appearing before us today. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. Giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. So thank you for your submission to the inquiry. I'll now invite you to make a 5-minute short opening statement, no more than 5 minutes, and then we'll proceed to discussions. I think it's better, and we get a lot more out of just having a discussion, and we do have your submission here, which has been tabled and there for everyone to see and to look at. So on that note, I'll ask you to do your opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee. The South Australian Dairy Farmers Association was pleased to put in a submission because of the importance of the committee's inquiry for South Australian dairy farmers and our ability to continue to operate. For the most part, we want to speak to our submission, and therefore would welcome the opportunity to have discussions. As an opening comment, I would just highlight that we are in the throes of preparing a celebration for the 90th year of South Australian Dairy Farmers Association's existence. So for the last 90 years, we have represented dairy farmers across the state. Some of the issues have varied as we've evolved, but others, like workforce and drought, have been constants throughout the 90 years. We're pretty proud of the fact that we have a continuous 90 years as an organisation, that we have continued to support our members through that time. At the peak, we had about 2,500 members. We now have a bit over 100, but we produce about 10 times as much milk as we were producing in the 30s and 40s. So the industry's evolved, but some issues have stayed the same, and certainly workforce both domestic but also through migration has been a critical issue right through that time.
Thank you. Would you like to add anything? No. I might kick off with...
Just very nicely, thank you.
Yeah.
So, Chair, I will highlight that Alison leads our workforce engagement across the industry. So whilst I've got the flag, she's often the brains behind the thing, which is important that Hansard records.
Thank you.
So we look forward to the discussion.
Thank you. I'll kick off with a couple of questions, and thank you for appearing before us today. Obviously, the dairy industry is a big industry for South Australia, and we acknowledge the work that you do to benefit the economy of this state in terms of exporting and a whole range of other things, creating jobs. Can I just kick off by asking, in terms of skilled migration, sourcing labour from overseas with certain skills, what's the experience been of the industry, and what sort of skills is there a shortage of? And if you are sourcing labour from overseas, what sort of skills are they that you're looking at?
We're just looking to see who's going to go first. So I think first and foremost, probably the most important point there is the fact that I think it's 92% are family owned and run. So while there is a workforce shortage, just understand that majority of families are all working across their own dairy farms. So
And I think that's a critical thing, but as I mentioned from the member numbers, the scale of those family businesses has increased, and as it has, this is a parliamentary privilege bit, so I don't get shot by my members. As generations have been educated and given permission to leave the farm, the need for imported sort of workforce other than family workforce has continued to become more important. The other reality of the industry is the level of technical expertise and expectation has increased. The expectations around animal husbandry, around animal welfare are significantly increased, and that's a key area that we need. We certainly seek migrants to support from a range of countries where they have the required skills to be able to manage large ruminant animals, but also the desire to work in a rural agricultural setting and community. So there's a couple of those critical things. We need more skilled farm workers than was perhaps defined back when farm workers were defined, and we need them to be able to work in a regional setting. And half of our industry is based around Mount Gambier, so it's a 5-hour drive from the metropolitan centre of South Australia and 5 also from Melbourne. So it's sort of, whilst it doesn't look isolated, it is isolated from a family, and so yeah. So we need skills. We need people that can do traditional roles in a more skilled and educated way. In addition to that, the application of technology means that we have robots milking cows, we have sensors everywhere. The ability to work with technology is a critical issue that, well, it's been evolving since the 50s, but you know, the last 15, 20 years has just gone, as it has with society. But we haven't moved Mount Gambier any closer to the population centre.
There are dairy farms that are closer as well.
Oh, absolutely, but
Jervois. Yeah.
Well, look, we have a cluster of farms at Mount Compass that we have great delight in taking urban groups, including some parliamentarians and department staff to experience and to understand what we do in dairy. But we can't produce all our milk at Mount Compass.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so.
In terms of the practical consequences of the misalignment of the occupation lists, the state government puts out priorities, federal government puts out priorities, and you have priorities of the needed roles. What are they in your industry, and are they keeping up to date with the changes in the industry?
I'll have first crack at this.
I mean, I'll give you an example. You think of the lists, the shortages that we have, and you've got everything from doctors to pharmacists to engineers, etc. But we don't seem to think of the agriculture industries. I think that's my perception of it.
And that's our challenge in that we talk about farm workers, but as it probably is the same as doctors, and I'm not qualified, I'm not in no position to comment on doctors, but the expectation of a doctor has evolved with technology, with knowledge, with everything, whereas the expectation of a farm worker hasn't. So we expect the same level of evolution in the people that we employ, but the skills lists that we work from still see a farm worker as they might have been in the 70s and 80s. So,
which is nothing the same.
Which is absolutely nothing the same. It's partially our industry's challenge, in we need to better engage and and influence that. But it is also really hard, and which is part of the reason, as Alison mentioned, we do take departmental staff from a range of departments out to see what modern dairying is, so that they can understand and not take the stereotype of what a farm worker was to be what's described in the skills lists that are generated at a state and federal level. So there is a misalignment, and it's probably because of evolution, but it makes it challenging for us. We want a farm worker, we want them with all these skills, but what a farm worker says doesn't necessarily capture all those skills.
Mr. Reblow?
Yes, thank you. I was just interested in two things. Firstly, in your recommendations, one is in relation to coordinate migration settings with regional housing realities. I was hoping you could speak a bit more to that and just provide us with the context.
We have, I mean, that's, and there's lots of commentary through the media, both within metropolitan areas and others, about the need for housing and everything. It is particularly acute in a lot of regional settings. And there are others who are far better placed to comment on this, but it is far more cost effective for a builder or developer to build a house in an urban metropolitan setting than it is in Mount Gambier or we talk about Mount Gambier, but Millicent, the satellite towns of our regional centre, which means it is just challenging to have the housing as we move from family employment to employment. We need houses because we're not going to put them up in the granny flat or and so there's a parallel constraint. One is in being able to attract the right skills and describe them properly, and the other one is in being able to house them.
Correct. What he said.
and so, from your experience, how often do those housing or infrastructure issues prevent the employment of skilled migrants in your industry?
It's how often, and the challenge is that it's a chronic issue. So there's a lot of underperformance and under-recruitment just because we know we don't have the house. And there's all sorts of, there are local government constraints to putting a second dwelling on a agricultural property, and we understand the historic reasons for that, because it can lead to sort of semi-closer settlement and everything, and that's got a whole heap of challenges from a local government point of view that we don't necessarily want to support, or they don't want to support. But so there are barriers there in terms of you can't put another dwelling on the same title, because what happens in 5 years' time, which leads to just an underperformance because it's just too hard. There are challenges around the migration and recruitment process that are too hard. There are challenges around the housing of staff that are too hard. So,
I'm aware that there are quite a few, especially in the southeast, around Mount Gambier, that the first item on their job description is that they need to have housing. So before skills, animal welfare skills. So, you need to have somewhere to sleep before you can figure out whether you're going to employ somebody on their animal welfare status. So, it more so in the southeast than probably here, but it is an issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Frost.
Thank you. In terms of, we've talked a lot about recognition of skills and qualifications. In terms of the sort of skills that you're looking for or qualification, is there a qualification? Is it more on the job experience, or where are you actually finding these workers when they can be found?
So I'll let him go first. I'll fill in the gaps.
there are qualifications that exist. The ability to train to them is sometimes challenging. Like we have a really good TAFE within South Australia. However, it, like everything else, finds it more challenging to operate in thin markets, and agriculture tends to be a thin market. And as you get down to a commodity like dairy, the market becomes really thin. So while we have diplomas of agriculture and we have certificate 4s, having qualified training to deliver to them can be a challenge. We're fortunate with the trainers that we currently have in Mount Gambier that they can train to a certificate 4 level, but they can't train at a diploma level. And as we said, we're getting more and more that we're looking for diploma level skills, particularly in our leading hands, second in charge levels, who more and more are being employed rather than family.
Mm-hmm.
So, that is a key constraint. So then we do rely on the job training and non-accredited training, some of which is excellent, and some of which through our industry body, Dairy Australia, we've got some really, really good training, particularly at that 2IC management level. But we don't have the the roundedness that a diploma offers, where you can pick up the full qualification. You can get really, really good at the nutrition of dairy or something, and you can learn everything you need to know and be at a PhD level in terms of how you manage the rumen and the feeding, but you don't necessarily have the other skills that having a qualification would bring you. So am I going all right?
Spot on. So what it means is that, so the qualifications for cups on, cups off, which is just, putting cups on a cow and taking them off, is not an accredited, it's just run through Dairy Australia. Yeah.
So if you're trying to get skilled migrants from overseas, are there equivalent qualifications that you would look for? Like if we were going to have a list that said must have these quals, is there such a thing?
Just one that comes to mind, animal husbandry. It was a course that you could study I remember from university or TAFE, I can't remember. So for example, would that be the sort of stuff that...
I think, yes. Yeah, as animal husbandry has really been lost, it's captured within agriculture diploma. Well, we can do a Cert 3 in ag.
That's gone, that's no longer...
Well, it's just there's not the market to have the defined course, but the skills are still needed. It's absolutely, we're dealing, and I will come back, we are dealing with animals, ruminant animals that need to be husbanded, managed every day, need to be fed well. I'm unfortunate, I don't think there's any of my sheep colleagues in the room, but if a sheep gets hungry for a few days, well, that's all right, she gets a bit cranky and what have you. To have a cow producing milk, she needs to be well tended every day. She needs to be healthy, she needs to be happy every day. So we need the skills that mean that we can manage the cows every day so that they can produce milk, because if they're not fed and looked after well, they choose, number one, to not produce the milk.
Well, the output equals the input. So if you slack off on the input, then the output's not really that good. So, yeah.
So there are qualifications, and my immediate thought is the Philippines. There are certainly qualifications within the Philippines, and look, and we do attract veterinary graduates from the Philippines to fill farm worker type roles or leading hand roles. And in some cases from Argentina, and that's good. The challenge when they're overqualified is the what's next. You know, so
Brings me to my next
yeah.
question. Yeah.
So that's the
Yeah.
So number one, we need collectively to describe the skills and the qualifications well and reflect modern dairying. But number two is we need to be able to target those.
You also, in your recommendations, talked about prioritising stable regional settlement outcomes with a route to permanency. Is that the sort of workforce that you get? And the reason I ask that, as a city person, we hear about backpackers picking fruit, and that a whole load of the agriculture, horticulture industry runs on backpackers, and hence when we didn't have them, we've had problems. Are your people more stable, or are they also the holiday, I'm here for a year or 2 years and then I'm...
We certainly have a population of backpackers, and we have some farms that rely on backpackers and they're in for their 88 days, and then we have a couple of farms that they use Irish backpackers. And basically they send their cousins or their nephews or their what have you. So they have a constant flow through.
Word of mouth.
Absolutely. And where it works well, you know. And so we've got one, we have a similar relationship out of Germany. So, and that all goes back to, for a lot of us, we were all migrants once, or our ancestors were. And so we have groups that still have relationships in Germany, or what is now Germany, although their forebears came out a long time before what is now Germany is Germany, and they still have backpackers. For the most part, we are looking for more stable, and in the southeast, absolutely, we've got active recruitment for long-term people.
I think the most important aspect here is the fact that fruit picking is seasonal.
Yep.
Dairy farming is 24 hours every single day of the year, so it's not seasonal. So the cows don't stop milking. So I think so. When it comes to picking up when they're doing their 88 days, well, at the end of the 88 days, we don't want them to go. We've then got to then find somebody else to fill that spot. So they're looking for permanent. Yeah.
Which is where the opportunity out of Europe, but also out of South America and places like the Philippines. Philippines is good compared with a number of the Pacific Islands because they have a livestock culture.
Right.
For a lot of the Pacific Islands, they have been involved in fruit picking and various other programs. They just don't have that animal husbandry culture that is critical, because we're dealing with what are really big animals. You know, they're 500, 700 kilogram animals. They need to be nurtured, and you can't tell them what to do.
They're quite a different disposition for a dairy cow because they're handled every day, whereas beef and sheep are seasonal again. So, yeah, you do, they're the better animals. They're beautiful.
That's right. That can be underlined.
Ms. Fernando on the line as well, who's joining us, another committee member who's got a question. Ms. Fernando?
Good afternoon, Chair. Thank you so much. The question that I have is, has your organisation taken designated area migration agreements? And if so, what was your organisation's experience of migration setting?
I'm going to leave that one to you.
We don't have, as an organisation, we don't have a lot of experience with the area migration program. While we recognise that for South Australia, well, for Adelaide, there is some positives because it fits within a regional area. where most other mainland capitals don't. We have had more success as an industry through the industry-specific migration program for the dairy industry, which I've just lost the name of.
DLR.
Sorry?
DLR, the Dairy Industry Labour Agreement. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. But yes, but so as I said, I just talk a lot. I can't say that it's been specifically useful for the industry.
Thank you.
We haven't. Sorry, we do have continual, not constant, but continual requests for how do we go, where do we go, and that's not the easy solution that we're able to offer. So we work with a number of migration agents across that have specialties in different regions of the world. But each case needs to be its own. We need to build it from scratch, depending on the demands, rather than having something that provides us an easy pathway.
Ms. Fernando, further?
Thank you so much. No more questions, Chair.
Sorry, no more. Okay, just more of a discussion than a question. In terms of Australia's food security, obviously the dairy industry is very important. We've seen industries in the last, especially here in South Australia, where we're exporting yogurts overseas, skim milk, powdered milk, cheese, whole range of things. So it's a big benefactor to our economy here in South Australia. Are those things taken into account? And I suppose, does that message get through to governments and agencies, organisations, the importance of the dairy industry in terms of ensuring that we milk our cows every day and produce all these products that do go overseas and feed our nation as well, in terms of as a sort of, I don't want to use the word priority for when it comes to ticking off on particular skills that we require, but some form of urgency, because it is a special sort of industry. So it's a little bit different from other industries in terms of food security and exports. And exports is a big part of the dairy industry nowadays. Gone are the days where we milk the cows and give them to Amscol and Dairyvale and they'd deliver the milk to households. It's much bigger than that.
It is bigger.
I've got a confession to make. I worked for Amscol many years ago, and for Dairyvale after that when they shut down.
Oh, right.
In the 70s.
Okay. Yeah. So, well, I'll follow that by saying, as in preparation for our 90-year celebrations, we've had the opportunity to go through our archives, including the contribution by Frank Beecham, who was he and his grandfather and forebears were key parts of Amscol.
Amscol, yeah.
And of the delivery of milk from dairy farms to metropolitan Adelaide. And that's been, look, export has been a critical part, whether it's butter and cheese, or in more recent times powder and yogurts, has been a critical part of the ability for our industry to service local. Like, we can't have food security if our only market is cornflakes and lattes. We need more. We need to be able to produce more than fresh milk, and in order to do that, it's important that we have export pathways. We pride ourselves, and in South Australia we have developed, as an industry, we have developed the South Australian Industry Action Plan, which is based on growing the industry and producing premium products, like the yogurt that I'm sure that you're referring to, for export markets. We see big opportunities in Southeast Asia and the Middle East. We, like everyone else in society, is confused and concerned by the current goings-on and what it means to the future markets, both our export markets and our cost of producing for domestic markets. And I guess part of the underlying reason for wanting to be here is our need to have access to skilled people to continue to develop our industry and support the ongoing mechanisation and technology of our industry means that while we have these issues like Iran and Straits of Hormuz, did I get that right? We still need access, and we still need to work with migrants and skilled people. And I think I've totally lost your question in my response. Food security is critical, and the combination between exporting and domestic supply, and therefore food security for South Australians and Australians, they're very closely linked. We need to be able to supply the world to be able to commit to supply Australia every day.
Thank you. Mr. Reblow, any further questions?
I think I'm okay. Thank you.
Ms. Louise Winfrost.
Good, thank you.
Ms. Fernando on the line, any further questions?
No questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. On that note, I'd like to thank you for appearing before us today. Thank you for your evidence. Everything will be taken into consideration. And if there's anything that we've been asked to provide, any additional information, I can't quite remember whether there was, or if there is any additional information that you'd like to provide, please send it through to the Secretariat by Friday the 5th of June or thereabouts.
Sure. No, we'll have a debrief. And, then
and you'll also be sent a transcript of every word said here today, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to that transcript if you think there's any errors on it. Once again, thank you so much for presenting to us. If we require anything else, we may be in touch with you as well, and vice versa. Thank you so much for presenting to us today, and thank you for the work that you do here in South Australia.
Excellent. Thank you all very
Learn
much for
something
the
about the
opportunity.
industry.
Well, I hope so. I do most days, so that's good.
I used to drive through Murray Bridge, and I don't know if they still have it, but they used to have the floodplains next to the river where they had all the dairies.
Jervois Cheese Co-op. Remember?
Well, now that
we're off. Yeah, we're off. We can talk freely. I now welcome Mr Johnson from Work Visa Lawyers to give evidence. For the Hansard, Mr Johnson, would you please just state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name's Chris Johnston. I'm appearing before the committee as someone with experience in the migration law from Work Visa Lawyers, and then I'm also the current state president of the Migration Institute of Australia for South Australia. And so there are two capacities.
Thank you. The evidence, although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I will now hand over to you to make a very short opening statement of no more than 5 minutes, and then we'll proceed to just a general discussion and a Q&A. Over to you, Mr Johnson.
Okay, so thank you very much for this opportunity to be speaking with you. I believe the work of your committee is very important, and I think skilled migration is makes a big contribution to Australia economically and socially. The skilled migration program, of course, can be improved, and so I welcome the opportunity to talk about areas that it could be improved. As a background, I've been working as a migration professional since... Do you want me to go straight on to my 5 minutes?
Yes.
Yes.
Up to you use your 5 minutes. But
yes, as a background...
We'll open it up for a discussion. You'll be able to say a lot when we're asking questions.
Fantastic. So I've been working as a migration professional since 2006 and founded my own law firm, Work Visa Lawyers, in 2011. And it's grown to be one of the largest law firms immigration law firms in Australia. I'm still very much practically involved with giving advice and the migration industry. So I probably have about 3 or 4 appointments a day with clients. And I also work closely with my team of lawyers, looking over advice and assisting in that way. I've also been involved in education. So I do CPDs and teach them on a range of topics, including employer-sponsored migration, the National Innovation Visa, the Workplace Justice Visa, and ethics and professional practice. We have a YouTube channel with about 90,000 subscribers and an overall followers of about 200,000. And in my capacity for the Migration Institute of Australia, I'm the current state president. We've recently had a consultation with members where we all got together and talked about what are the issues facing them as migration practitioners in South Australia. And that was very timely, I suppose. So that means that I can call upon some of the things they brought up, and hopefully that will be helpful for the committee today. I'm also a founding member of the Migration Institute's Regional Migration Committee, and that developed into being the Regional Migration Advisory Panel, which is an ongoing panel. So that's another sort of hat that I wear. With my active involvement in advice and with my working with the MIA, with migration agents and immigration lawyers, I think I'm best placed to comment in terms of migration settings and policies and that part of the discussion. I know there's a broader consideration, but I think that's the area that I can give the most insight. A starting point, I think, might be to look at the migration numbers themselves and the allocations for the different areas. The reason I wanted to mention this was just to give the context for the discussion and for everyone. When we're looking at that, the first thing I suppose is that there's the breakdown between the number of allocations for each different type of visa, and so I can put the context for skilled migration within that. Within skilled migration, there's actually quite a few different visas. There's the employer-sponsored program, which has 44,000 allocated to it. Skilled independent, which is a points-based visa, 16,900. Skilled regional, 33,000. State territory nominated, which is probably the 491, 33,000. And Then there's the talent innovation, 4,300. So we're going through, that's the breakdown of the skilled program. Then there's the family visas. So the total of the skilled program is 132,200 visas. Then there's the family visas, which is 52,500. Then there's humanitarian visas, which is 20,000 for the year. And then there's the surprise ingredient, which is not always mentioned, but I think it's significant, which is New Zealanders migrating to Australia, which would come in at, we don't have the figures for this year, but for the previous year was 53,000. Okay, so when we start having these debates about housing and other things like that, it's not just the migrants coming from a long way away. There's also the consideration of the people from New Zealand. So why I wanted to talk through these numbers before we got into the details of skilled policy and the like is I find that in the public area, both in the media and often with politicians, the talk for migration is focused on humanitarian visas and the second one is the risks and cancelling of visas. It's as if the whole of the migration program is some scary thing and that a lot of it's to do with the humanitarian visas. With those numbers I've just given you, skilled visas is 51.3%, family visas 20%, humanitarian visas is 7.8%. And New Zealanders, which are not counted in the quota, but as I said, it's up to 50,000, would be 20% of that if we add that all up. So what I'm saying is that there is a lot of space for what we're talking about today, and I appreciate the fact that we're talking about skilled migration because skilled migration is actually the biggest part of the migration program, and I think that everyone, the public, would benefit from knowing more about skilled migration and how it contributes to Australia.
Thank you. I'll kick off with a couple of quick questions. One, does South Australia have a unique South Australian, I suppose, challenge in attracting skilled workers? And you touched a bit on that. And when I say unique, I know that we're smaller. Sometimes we're considered a regional area, sometimes we're not. But currently we are. Mm-hmm. And number two, what are the differences in this particular state in terms of skills that are required in different regions, whether it be Whyalla, Riverland, etc., compared to other states where perhaps we come up with the lists of skilled occupations that are required that are very different from what our own requirements are in this state, number one. And number two, just very quickly, what are the challenges that skilled migrants face when entering our Australian job market, and in fact even digging down a bit more deeper, the intricate South Australian job market, particularly here in South Australia, in terms of some of those skilled occupations which differentiate from other regions around the country?
Okay.
It's just two to kick off with.
That's okay to kick off with. So the first one, what's unique about South Australia? So I'll talk about what's unique, and I'll also mention some of the things that are not unique and that everyone's looking for. So what's unique is that we have a big agriculture and wine focus. We've also got one of the biggest mines in the world, and we have one big sort of capital city and some smaller towns, but we don't have many different population centres. In terms of, so with those industries in mind, and now we've got a major project as well, which I think the AUKUS project, and the AUKUS project is also competing with the something that's close to home, because it's actually very close to my home, is the North-South project, which is building a major highway, the biggest highway in South Australia. So we have these skills needs. Some of the particular ones, as I mentioned before, we have more of a leaning towards producing food and agricultural roles, and more of a leaning towards those sorts of things. And we also have some big construction needs coming up, and higher skilled positions within that. There is also some artistic traits within South Australia. So we have arts festivals and things like that. So there are some features that are relatively unique to South Australia. I would say overall, one of the things is, which we'll get onto, is that we might have, our salaries might be a little bit lower, and it might mean that sometimes the salaries that are being offered don't match what's required for the core skills income threshold, or TISMA as they call it, and it can prove a barrier because there's an empty position that needs to be filled. There's someone who wants to do it, but it doesn't quite fit within the salary requirements that has been set at the federal level. So that is one of the skills considerations. I suppose what's not unique about South Australia? Well, what's not unique is all of the states and territories seem to be competing for the same three sort of industries: health and construction and health, construction, and the third. Okay, so health and construction and civil engineering and things like that. So we're all competing for these same skills, and so that's one of the challenges, I suppose, nationally. That's not unique to South Australia. So the other thing, I suppose, on the unique to South Australia, or the talking about that, is with the salaries being a bit lower, it means that we might have a challenge in terms of attracting people to South Australia, and perhaps also the perception, and I think it's not just South Australia, but I'm sure that Tasmania and Northern Territory have these attraction challenges. So that's another thing that South Australia has to be mindful of. So I suppose that's moved on to the second thing, what's challenging about South Australia. What barriers do we face? What I would say is that for a long time, there's two things that's had to be considered at the policy level for South Australia, and I think for most regional destinations. And the two factors are attraction. So attraction would include actually making people aware of of Adelaide, South Australia, what we do here. And because from overseas, and many of the places that we're trying to draw these skilled migrants from, they might not have a great knowledge of our state. So that is one of the challenges, and I think many parts of Australia, because probably there's the three non-regional cities which are best known, and outside of that there's that attraction challenge. So South Australia is always having to push that, and South Australia has come up with some unique offerings over time, which I'll cover if we get the time, to make us a more attractive place to come to. The other part of it is retention. And retention, once they're here, once the people are here, can we encourage them to stay? Or what visa products or other things are there which are going to make it easier for people for the employers or for the state government to retain those skills? And so that's the other challenge. There are some regional visas, and in particular the 491, which has a condition which says for a certain amount of time, 5 years is how long the visa goes for, that the person holding that visa must live and work or study in that state. And so I suppose on that retention side of things, having a regional visa with conditions like that, and I have heard quite a lot in the political sphere about migrants going to where their job is and staying there and things like this. So I think if we're going to be talking about this, and if you're considering, well, having people stay in certain areas, that's usually about visa conditions. So that there's a condition, the migrant has to do that, and if they don't do that, then potentially their visa could be cancelled, or they could face some sort of consequence. A sort of a warm encouragement to stay on, say, a 189 or a 190 is state-sponsored. There is no cancellation or any sort of condition to make people stay in that area, and so that's the retention challenge for some of the visa products. So, so moving on, I suppose, in terms of that challenges, well, one of the important things to South Australia in terms of policy is have visas which have regional features which can help attract.
Can I just interrupt you? Our previous witnesses from the dairy industry spoke about intricate skills that they require for dairy farming, for example, which may not be on the list.
Mm-hmm.
That's a great example, I think, of a regional area which doesn't match up nationally around other states where we could be missing out and ensuring that, you know, our productivity levels are down in terms of exports and a whole range of other products. So I thought that's the type of area you're talking about, or is that?
Yeah, so that would be an example of perhaps something that would be for South Australia a challenge. There is a Dharma program, so South Australia has the whole of South Australia is a Dharma area, and that's an employer-sponsored visa, but it's got its own list, which is outside of the standard 482 list.
Yeah.
And the attraction of the Dharma program is that they can put forward occupations which aren't on the other lists, and they could be lower skilled, they could be more specialised. And actually one of the good things that the South Australian government does, and which many of these Dharma areas do, is they will have a consultation every year. And you can, as a migration professional through the MIA, I can put forward member suggestions for this occupation or that occupation, and then they can consider that. And the occupations that I'm recommending at the moment include more generalised construction trade or construction assistant or those sorts of occupations, because there's such a shortage in the construction area that anything that can help people who are building a house to stay, they might not be a perfect match, or they might not be able to get a skills assessment perfectly as a bricklayer or something else. But if they're working in, a couple of examples I've had recently is shed building. So someone's building sheds, it doesn't perfectly match something on the list. It's not quite a carpenter, it's not this, that, but it's still a construction related task, and they do some bigger things as well. So that might be, and another one is caulking. So caulking is a process where you seal up. I can see Steve knows what that is.
Big
but you seal rooms, make them waterproof. It's especially important for bathrooms, but basically you want your whole house sealed. So that's another example of a sort of occupation which might not fit in there. So that could go under that generalist trade, or you could try add that in as a occupation itself, which is also called waterproofer. So that's some examples, I suppose. And the Dharma is this process which people can be sponsored. It's employer sponsored, and so it is actually quite an expensive process. And so and there has to be labour market testing and everything else. So it's not an easy way forward, but it is a way forward where there's a acute need and the employers are committed to it, and they can identify the skill sets they need. So that is one of the special features, I suppose, that South Australia could offer.
Thank you. Ms Louise Frost.
Thank you. We heard earlier on that South Australia's had a cut of 41% to our general skilled migration stream. What was the experience in the market? Like, where has that played out, and what are there particular industries that it's bitten more than others?
Yes. So the experience firstly is, I suppose, I can give a wider context because I've been in this industry for so long, but going back to between 2017 to 2020, the skilled migration allocation was between 4,000 to 5,000 for South Australia. And so we had already been wound back to 3,500 before it then got a 41% cut down to 2,250. So it was a cut on a cut on a cut. And as an as a comparison point, the ACT, with its relatively small population, has got 800. And so South Australia really did get undercated. In terms of the impact has been severe. South Australia, at the same time that Adelaide University has been created, combining two large universities to be one of the biggest universities in Australia, the potential to be a top-ranking international university as well, because that already had a very strong foundation and good ranking. We've got this massive university, but one of the incentives when students are enrolling and thinking about going places, they're like, well, is there a pathway forward for me? And so it certainly would have hurt that perception of, well, I'm going to go and study. And South Australia has supported and had policies which promoted, they've got things like a graduate pathway in skilled migration for the 190 and 491. If they've studied here and they've got a certain amount of work experience in their occupation, they can move forward. So this cut would really dent the ambitions to attract those international students. So that's one sort of area that it's hurt. But I also think one of the things which I wanted to comment about generally, and I'm not sure if it's a good thing, is that policy-wise, I've noticed almost across Australia, so it's not just South Australia, but there has been a real narrowing of the range of occupations that everyone's asking for each state. And so most places that they used to select a range, some of the best graduates from different areas, because the lists can be quite wide and generous. But now we're in a situation with a very small allocation like that. Almost all of it goes towards basically the, nursing and teaching. Teaching is another one. So it goes to nursing, teaching, construction, and there's not much left for other sorts of areas. So it narrows the skills that are getting sponsored. That is actually very bad for the actual Australia's international education system generally, because it's going to decrease the desire for people to come to study here if there's only a few courses that are getting good migration outcomes. So I think that's one of the other challenges, that it's narrowed it down that way. And I think with the building projects that are coming up, like AUKUS, it's incredibly baffling, really, to try and put together some facilities and start building nuclear submarines for the defence of Australia, but then also have a very low allocation of skills. And my experience, having worked in this area for a long time, what happens when there's a large project, whether it's Olympic Dam or whether it's AUKUS or whatever, that large project often just is like a sink for skilled people generally. And so they draw in all the best talent and they pay the wages. And so it's not just the project itself that needs the skilled migrants, but if they hire all the top skilled people, then it's the smaller businesses around the edges and that have been successful up to this point that all of a sudden have got a drought. Diesel mechanics and the mining boom is a classic example, that the mines would just had an insatiable need for diesel mechanics because they work on all the trucks and that. And so what ended up happening is it was very hard to have a diesel mechanic to work on a standard sort of truck anywhere in Australia because they're all getting employed at the mines and they're getting paid a very hefty salary. So I think that's the answer to what some of the challenges are. So I also noticed that some of the states, like Roger Cook has done a very stepping forward sort of way to get the allocations, and it's declaring things are necessary and the like. And I suppose South Australia is in a similar position, that it really does have those needs and probably needs industry bodies and everyone involved to speak up and say South Australia has these huge needs. We're doing this project for the nation. And so we probably need a larger share of that skilled migration.
Thank you. Before I go to Mr Reblo, we've been in that position before in terms of the late 1940s when we were proposing massive assembly line factory here in South Australia, and we achieved our outcomes through migration back then. So I can't see why it can't be achieved again with proper forward thinking in terms of, it always reminds me of that period back then. With the AUKUS build and the defence build at the moment. Mr Reblo has the floor.
Thank you. One of the terms of reference for this committee is to scope, or to look at the scope to more effectively target skills gaps and shortages in critical sectors. I was just wondering, from your perspective, and I know one of the things that's been spoken about is visa processing times, but from your perspective, what would you consider to be I guess maybe the top three sort of quick fixes or the lowest hanging fruit for government to target?
Okay. Fortunately, I have prepared a list of problems and solutions which are for regional migration. So this might be an appropriate time to bring this out. There are some extra ones I'll add in terms of specific South Australian needs. But
Can I just interrupt there? Would you like to table that for the
I would love to
Committee's
table this.
report. Can someone move that we accept the document? Moved, Mr. Rebelo. Thank you.
Okay,
You can
so
continue.
this particular document goes through some known problems and potential solutions, which would be, this is more on the, for South Australia, I suppose, but the regional angle, but many of these problems are also go across the whole of Australia. So the first one is that there's a regional visa, which is the 494 visa, which even from the point of design has not, it's got a very wide list in terms of the occupations you can get, but it's got many more steps and requirements than the standard 482. And since the 482 then went through subsequent reforms where you needed less experience, it's gone down to 1 year of experience. It doesn't need many skills assessments apart from a few trade courses. The 494 is this regional visa, which you have to have a full skills assessment, 3 years of experience. When you get it, it's provisional, so it's like a 482. You transition to permanent residency after 3 years, which is a longer period. Almost everything about it is out of date and unattractive. And I think that should be considered in light of the fact that the opposite should be the case, because one of the challenges is dispersion in Australia for migration. So the challenge is getting the migrants to places where they're needed in Australia, because there's a tendency for a lot of them to be in Melbourne and Sydney, for example. And if the whole program goes there, you're going to have your congestions, your problems, shortage, housing shortage, all these things are going to happen. So it shouldn't be a difficult one, because the visa exists. They need to change the settings to make it more attractive, to line it up with the 482. So less experience required. The skills assessment should only be required in line with the 482 for a few occupations. So that would be the first one. The second one I'm going to mention is the TISMET or the core skills threshold, which is the amount that someone has to be paid to work on to be on an employer-sponsored visa. Now, this one cuts across a lot of the discussions. I would like to put this one forward for the example of a childcare worker. So childcare workers were added to the 482 list. Everyone celebrated when that happened, because we know we've got a shortage, and we know that there are people that want to do that role, and it's a need. And if we have childcare workers, then that frees up the person who's taking their kid to childcare to go do something else. And so it's also a productivity related issue. So the problem with the childcare is that the relevant awards and everything are in the low 60s, but the core skills threshold is 76,515, and it's almost unbelievable that, in a way, that it could be put forward and declared as you can do press announcements about it, and then no. So I have the employer in my rooms, you know, they're telling me that how much they like the staff member, how well it's going, and then when you go through the requirements, and they're actually trapped, because one of the requirements is you can't pay an international graduate, or you can't pay an overseas passport holder more than the Australian citizen. But the Australian citizens are going to be paid on the award. So they're actually trapped in a way they can't put the salary up to keep the person, because that would also be breaking the migration regulations. So this is an example. So for many cases, there should be either a concession on the TISMET to bring it down, to get it within that range. And for something like childcare, and the Dharmas in Northern Territory have got concessions at a rate of like 15% or more, like even more than the standard 10. So a perfect example would be if you put a 20% concession on that to bring the wage expectations for the migrants to the same level as the Australian employees, then basically they could start filling those roles, and it would be a great thing for everyone. But at the moment, you're sort of stuck in this situation where they can't do it. So that would be another one. The next one to move on to is the Skilling Australia Fund. I'm sure you've heard about that over your inquiries, over your various meetings. But with the Skilling Australia Fund, I've got a couple of ones to put forward on this one. The Skilling Australia Fund is charged to government. So state government, when they want a nurse in South Australia, they have to pay the Skilling Australia Fund. When they want to do something, an education-related role in a state school, they have to pay the Skilling Australian Fund. That money then goes to the federal government and then gets redispersed back to pay for training in various places. But the problem is the state governments don't like paying it, right? Who likes paying these huge fees? $1,200 per year for a lower paid thing, but if you've got turnover of more than 10 million, which most governments do, they're paying $1,800 per year of the visa. It's a massive amount of money, and basically it's a barrier. So the Skilling Australia Fund shouldn't be levied on state governments. It shouldn't be levied on a range of other entities which are doing good things, hospitals and things. It's baffling. So the SAF, it needs better design. It's been a problem all along. The second thing about the SAF, and it was announced in the migration strategy, which was in December 2023, was that they were going to change it so it wasn't an upfront cost, but it was in instalments. Because one of the challenges with the Skilling Australia Fund is you have to pay it up front, and this is a hard to believe thing about the SAF, but it can be up to $1,800 per year, and it's up to 4 years. It can be as much as $7,200 for one nomination. If the nomination's unsuccessful, the government doesn't give the money back. So you've got an employer desperate to hire someone. They've found the right person. The nomination doesn't go forward for some reason, and now they're out of pocket, plus the expense of the lawyers and everyone else that's been involved. $7,200. I mean, I think it's akin to the banks charging fees for no services. This is a fee for no service. What are people getting other than heartache? $7,200 to the government, no position filled. It's absolute theft.
Mr Johnson, because of the time, we've
Yes.
got other witnesses who are waiting. I also have a question, our last question from Ms Fernando, who's not on the phone, but did text me to ask her question on her behalf, and her question is, how do outcomes differ between employer-sponsored visa holders and those on independent skilled visas when it comes to securing stable employment and career progression in Australia? And do you see any structural gaps in the current systems that disadvantage one group over the other?
She's asking me to compare employer-sponsored versus skilled?
Just the different, skilled, employer-sponsored, independent skilled visa,
Yes, okay.
employer-sponsored, and then the one.
Yeah, so
sponsored and non-sponsored.
Yes. There are obviously some advantages to both and disadvantages to both. So the advantages for the applicant and also even for the employer of the points-based visas is that there's less fees and requirements tied to it, and people can move around. So they could move to where that employer is. They don't have to make a commitment. If it's not working out, they can move on. So that's one of the big advantages of points-based visas. One of the disadvantages of points-based visas is that they are a very blunt instrument, and a lot of the time someone gets sponsored as this, but it doesn't quite work out. They're not working in that occupation, and there's a lot of criticism of that mismatch within the migration system. Whereas with employer sponsorship, the same benefits also bring the downside. So the benefit is, well, they're going to a job, they're going to work in that job. If they don't work in that job, they have to find another employer or risk having their visa cancelled. So it's very direct, and it provides a result. It fills the skill shortage. But the downside of it, I suppose, is that from the applicant's point of view, there is a lot more obligations. They have to stay there for longer. It's a more difficult pathway. So there are benefits and also downsides to these approaches. And so I think that would be my short answer for that question.
Thank you. That unfortunately brings us to the end of the time that's been allocated for this particular session. So thank you for coming today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, or you want to send in some additional information, please send it to the Secretariat by Friday the 5th of June. And of course, if there's anything else that we may require from you, we'll be in touch. Thank you for presenting that paper, which will now be, which has been basically tabled as evidence for our committee. And you'll be sent a transcript of your evidence. We'll have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors that you may feel have been made. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. We now call the next. You're going to go, yeah. Next witness, which is Multicultural Community Association of South Australia, Vicky Araji. Can we get another glass of water? It is. Thank you. Excellent. Thank you. Okay, Hansard ready to go? Terrific. I now welcome witnesses from the Multicultural Community Association of South Australia to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Yes. My name is Vicky Araji. I represent the Multicultural Communities Council of South Australia. Unfortunately, my CEO, Helena Kyriazopoulos, has to send her apologies to the chair and the committee members. She fell ill, so we'll be representing the organisation in my capacity as a manager at MCCSA.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and it attracts parliamentary privilege. I now welcome you to make a short statement of no more than 5 minutes and then we'll proceed to some discussions and questions. Over to you, Ms. Araji. Thank you.
Sure. Good afternoon and thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee. My name is Vicky Araji from the Multicultural Communities Council of South Australia. MCCSA, as it is the abbreviation of our organisation, is the peak body representing our diverse communities in our state, and we have more than 130 organisations in our membership. We operate as a capacity and systems partner, connecting communities, government and sectors to inform policy and improve outcomes. And I'm sure during the committee hearings, many of the witnesses would have covered a big part of what you're here to address. So I will try to focus on some of the things that we see on the ground. And we see that South Australia does not have a skilled migrant attraction problem. We do, though, have a skilled migrant retention problem. We know that skilled migrants are already contributing across key sectors, whether it is health, aged care, construction, education, other technical fields, in original industries, but we're seeing a clear partner. People arrive, they contribute, and then leave South Australia for other states. And I see members of the committee noting, so I'm assuming that's something that you've heard earlier today again. And why do they leave? Obviously, they're looking for clearer permanent residency pathways, faster and potentially more transparent systems, less barriers to employment, and there are strong incentives that are given in the state. And this is not theoretical, it is a workforce issue affecting employers and essential services. And if South Australia is serious about workforce stability, retention must match attraction. Retention needs to be built into workforce and migration policy in a coordinated way. What we are calling for as the Multicultural Communities Council of South Australia representing our membership is a skilled migrant retention strategy aligned to workforce demand, transparent and responsive state nomination settings, timely permanent residency pathways, and I note here that I hear conversations around the length of the processing times, faster recognition of overseas qualifications, reduced licensing delays, and I want to note here that we see a gap between the opportunity for our professions to regulate whom we receive versus other skills that seem to be better absorbed, targeted regional retention measures, and formal collaboration with the multicultural sector. We also see barriers around spousal employment, regulatory complexity, and public perception. And I want to note here that despite the fact that Australia is only 0.3% of the world's population, we do have 2.8% of the world's migration. So we are built for migration. We are a nation that is built for migration, and that I don't see that changing anytime soon. However, what I am observing as a migrant myself, you could all hear that I have an accent. I came in Australia 10 years ago at an age that makes it impossible to completely lose my accent, and I'm very proud to be an Australian and to be able to say that I'm an Australian in front of you without you laughing at that, right? And that's a privilege that I appreciate I wouldn't have had in many countries around this world, and one that I do not take for granted. But despite the fact that we have, and now I'm going off script because I think that's a bit more impactful, we do see that people come from all over the world here. What I'm observing is that we run a lot of parallel societies. Coexistence doesn't preempt interaction, and this is something that I believe is key for us to address to make us stronger as a nation. And as I mentioned before, the retention is not just a migration issue, it is also a systems issue. And what we are doing at MCCSA, exactly because we're trying to bridge this gap, is that we work in offering cultural intelligence and cultural competence training as a bridge to build the two words. Because what we see on the ground is that the issue is not necessarily individual. And if I have to reflect on how the notion of migration is addressed in our government policies, I would argue, and that's a personal statement I'm making here, that it is a bit dated, that the profile of the average migrant, the way it is portrayed through our policies, is not necessarily representative of the needs of the contemporary international talent, yet we call for the best of the best around the world. But what do we do about that? And I know that I'm going to try not to repeat issues that I could preempt that have been brought before the committee. But what we could do is build this bridge of culture at an organizational level and at a personal level. And that's what we do. And we've worked a lot with government, institutions, with doctors at the hospital, with teachers at the schools, because we realize that how decisions are made, how services are designed, and how workplaces operate, it all goes back to culture. And we see that skilled migrants are qualified and ready to contribute. And we all know that they face barriers, otherwise this committee didn't need to have an existence. They do see delays in the recognition of their qualifications. They do have licensing processes that are difficult to navigate, and workforce practices that do not support progression. And this factor really determines whether people stay. If you take a step back, and if you allow me to make a reference to the social determinants of health, a human being needs their physical health, their emotional health, and the social health. And I would argue that a big part of your emotional health and of your social health is very much challenged once you become a migrant, right? You don't know what you don't know. You arrive in the place with your own assumptions, without any knowledge of what is important and what not, trying to play the game with the rules that you know. But what happens when you play a game and you don't know the rules? You don't win, right? So what Cultural Q actually does is to build this capability in recruitment and hiring, in recognition of skills and experience, in decision-making, and in service design. Because retention strategies will not work without system capability. And to finish off, skilled migrants have already chosen South Australia. The issue is whether our systems allow them to stay. And MCCSA is positioned to support both policy and system responses.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Arachi, for your briefing. I might kick off just with a very quick question, and I'm very interested in the intercultural program that you run at the Multicultural Communities Council of South Australia. I know a little bit about it, but for the benefit of this committee, how does that interact and assist skilled migrants, I suppose, to settle better, whether it be at their employment and within their settlement of this state? Would you like to explain the program a bit to us, how it works, what sort of companies are taking it on board, what type of enterprises take this particular program on board to better equip themselves to deal with skilled migration and migrants in their organisation?
Absolutely.
Or
Thank
customers that they're dealing with.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. That came out of years and years of demand on do you have something to help us understand each other better. And it is a program that operates at the Multicultural Communities Council for the past 5 years. And we're very blessed to be working and continuing the work of Australia's leading interculturalist, Robert Bean. And what we're trying to do with that is to take a step back and focus on our shared humanity. Despite our differences or what we perceive as differences, we're human beings, and there's always a way to find common ground. And in order to do that, we take people on a journey, first of all, trying to understand who I am and why I believe in the things that I believe, and how I'm influenced by my culture. We are complex individuals, we're not our cultures, but culture is something that's deeply entrenched. And when you try to apply this culture in a different system, often it doesn't work. We go through this journey of realizing what happens when we're actually exposed to a major change, as it is migration. What are the limitations in learning about other cultures? And in the end of the day, how we create the space that we can work together as respectful equals. This is a first step at an individual level to bring, to build the capacity of a person to work effectively with everyone, irrespective of where they come from. And it's not culture specific, because the problem is not to stereotypically give a view of one single culture, but have skills to be able to operate as a citizen of this world, right? And beyond that, we also work with organizations to build cultural competence. And these two live in a symbiotic relationship. You cannot have the one without the other. You need to have capable people on the ground, but they also need to work for organizations that have the right practices and policies in place to allow them to do their job effectively. And we see that it has a huge uptake, especially from government. We have been working with, I would say, a very big part of them, South Australian government departments, with a lot of our local councils, with a lot of private businesses, with hospitals, with universities. It cuts really across, because that's something that's very much needed. Because often people get defensive and they get to the stack, but all this diversity brings clashes. And this is an opportunity to reframe, oh no, this diversity is what other countries pay big amounts of money to consultants to give them their different point of view. And we have that in this country for free. It's just that we don't necessarily always know how to capitalize this opportunity, right? How do we take a different point of view? Because in the end of the day, often we all want to express the same values. As human beings, we do share a lot of common values. But sometimes the communication of those values happens in a way that make us believe that it's conflicting, when it truly isn't. So what we try in the bottom line to do with that is to equip our citizens in an opportunity to fully participate in the civic requirements that we have in this country and be active contributors and not bystanders, not people that just live within their own bubble and do not know how to engage beyond that. Because this is something that we see day in and day out. We ask for people to come here. They are here because we need them. But the reality is that you all know much better than me how underutilized our skilled migrants are. But whom does that hurt? In the end of the day, our country, right? So we try to build a common ground and bridge this gap.
Thank you. And we've seen many examples where people have the competency, skills, the whole lot, but that intercultural connection is missing.
100%. A workplace culture as well, Mr. Chair.
And the workplace culture, yeah.
Exactly. And this is something that the multicultural sector, and specifically the Multicultural Communities Council of South Australia, could assist the government with. This is something that I believe we need an onboarding process, because if I reflect in my experience, what information did I receive when I received my visa? A visa that stated its conditions and nothing else. You're totally alone. A recommendation that if I have to lean in my personal experience, and I talk to so many people day in and day out from so many different places, We have regular skilled migrant networking events every month that we hear the same thing again and again. People don't know what they don't know. We do not give them any information. In my view, if our different levels of government were able to be better coordinated, and potentially Home Affairs, as the department having the responsibility for the issuing of the visas, was able to assist them in information packaging. How does our healthcare work? How does our education work? Maybe you would want to put a series of workshops to better equip our skilled migrants in participating in our society.
An intercultural assessment, I suppose, and see what the requirements are.
100%, Mr. Chair, but interculturalism shouldn't just be between one community to the other, because often that's what we see. It is for that to be between what we call mainstream Australia. Again, if I may be able to take a step back, we have become a migrant majority country. Our latest census, which I noticed dated, and we have the next one due in August, showed that 51.5% of the people in Australia are first and second generation migrants. And this number, I'm sure it will be increased. So multiculturalism is our new mainstream. But that doesn't seem to necessarily be reflected in the way we operate. So I see that personally as a great opportunity for our nation to learn from each other. Because we all have our respective strengths, and, you know, some countries do things better than others, but we can all learn from each other.
Certainly right. Mr. Rebler.
Thank you very much. So with what cultural IQ does, I was wondering, do you have any thoughts about how we can, you've spoken about trying to build something like that into our policy.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any thoughts about what that looks like? And in particular, the various stages. So I've often thought migration is sort of the pre-migration, there's the actual arrival, and then the part that I think everybody is missing is once they've arrived, what happens? How do we actually make sure that they're successful, and in them being successful, the country's successful? Is there anything we can do at that pre-phase that perhaps we can build into policy that will make that success work at the end?
100%, and thank you for this consideration, and I agree with you. What happens after people arrive is what we have in fairy tales as happily ever after, but we all know that in real life this happily ever after doesn't really happen this way, right? So one of the things that I believe we could easily do before people even come in would be some sort of an onboarding process on how systems in Australia operate, what is the work culture in Australia. And when I'm referring to that, I'm not suggesting, you know, the sort of information that will show, you know, kangaroos and our beautiful nature, but something that goes a bit deeper into the Australian values. And I appreciate, I read earlier today about the need to bringing that a bit stronger in our education system to build our national identity. So I believe that, you know, the values that we're all very happy to have, like, you know, a fair go and our beautiful democracy, could be things that could be better portrayed before people arrive here, definitely.
So in your experience, the people that you are dealing with on a day-to-day basis, are they not given that sense, like, are they not provided with that information before they come here about Australian values or about, no?
Let's try to take a step back and look at it from a common sense point of view. Let's say that you were looking into migrating in another country for whatever reasons. Let's say you're just an adventurous nature and you wanted to have an experience elsewhere. You don't know what you don't know. So what you're going to seek, first of all, is secure employment, right? Depending on what's your field of employment, that's the first thing that you look. If you find the job or you believe that opens up opportunities, do you really think that you will exhaust your research around other aspects of the country? Sure, there will be attractive factors like, you know, Australia has a beautiful weather in comparison to other nations that also have a lot of migration but have harsher conditions, right? However, quick note here, I did see that post-COVID some other nations were maybe a bit faster in capitalizing the opportunity and offering more attractive migration pathways. And we saw a lot of our international students making different choices. So in my personal view, I don't think that that's what people look at.
Yeah, and so you do think that there is scope for us to be a bit more upfront about those values at the beginning of the migration process?
I think it is of paramount importance because in a way, you need to know what you signed up to, right? Otherwise, it just becomes like false advertising. And I heard this term so many times from skilled migrants that I speak to, that they say, oh, the state called me here, they nominated me to come here. I was under the assumption that, you know, I'll get off the plane and the red carpet will be there for me, right?
Yeah, that's really interesting.
It is, but we do create this framework, and I don't blame anyone if I was the one to receive a state nomination telling me that the skills that I have are on demand. I would expect that the job would be the bare minimum that would be guaranteed for me. And I also believe that we need to look at it a bit more holistically. We often see people not migrating as a single unit, we see them migrating as families. But then again, there's not much consideration, and you know that as well, even when it comes to the cost of our education. Unless you're a permanent resident, you have to pay for public schooling, little things like that. I heard before around childcare, yes, high demand for childcare. Who can afford that if you're not eligible to get the subsidy? I think we have to think a bit more holistically around how do we provide this wraparound support. And I did a bit of research before coming to talk to you today to see, do other countries do that better around skilled migration? And interestingly, I saw a lot of fantastic programs around the world that are exhausted in how they support refugee populations. And this is excellent and nothing to be taken away from this stream. But I believe that we could take a lot of the support that we provide to refugees if we created this lens across our skilled migration. And I do not mean about handing people privileges, not at all. I do not believe in that. I believe in a way as offering them a navigation pathway for systems that are unknown to them. Because if you try to imagine yourself in another country, you would assume that systems at all levels operate the same way that they do in your country. And that's where the problems begin. Because if you see the person throughout the end of their life, what do we want to have in this country? Productive people that are healthy and live a long life. And to an extent, we would argue that since we only select the healthy ones in to receive a permanent visa, and the relatively young ones because that has an age limit, what happens beyond is that what we see from research is that we have the healthy migrant effect, that when you compare the average person that migrates to the average Australian, they have a better level of health, but soon those two are inseparable or declining. Why is that the case? Do you think? I think a big part is because you don't know what you don't know, you don't seek help what you need it, and then you decline. One thing that is 100% affected is your mental health when you migrate. Irrespective of whether people want to refer to it as mental health, I'm not trying to pathologize anything. Even if I reflect in my experience, anxiety, depression is something that nobody escapes. The line is not linear. It's a pathway that has a lot of bumps. So what happens when your mental health is affected, other things in your life are going to spiral down. And I'm intentionally bringing this lens to the committee because I appreciate you have a lot of witnesses to talk to you about the practicalities of what needs to shift policy-wise. But I believe we also need to take a step back and look at the human being. Try to imagine ourselves in their shoes. What would you need when you went to another country, knowing for a fact that you have skills to contribute and your skills match what the country needs? You have the best intention to be a lawful citizen. And I would argue here that the vast majority of people, irrespective of where they come from, what they care about predominantly is to put food on the table, right? I think it's the exception, and also research has shown even stats around criminality, around specific population groups, are not so much attributed to nationalities, but it has to do with what we do to integrate the people. And if we took a big part of Australians and we put them in another country without supporting them properly, we would see the same stats, right? Mm-hmm. So I think it is very, very important to look at the human. And I think that as a country, we have the means to do that. And I believe that if you lean on the community sector and capitalize on the connections and the insight and influence to the community that organizations like ours have, you will have your finger on the pulse and you will be able to design a system that truly supports humans. And in the long term, you will see an improvement in our healthcare systems. If I had to do a dollar value behind that, I think it wouldn't go wasted.
Thank you very much. Ms. Rivolo?
I think, no, that's it.
Ms. Fernando and Ms. Daly have left the phone line. So therefore we've come to the end. Thank you for coming today. If there's any additional information that you wish to send through, or we may ask for some additional information, we'll do so by Friday the 5th of June. The transcript of your evidence, you will have an opportunity to request corrections. That'll be sent out to you if you think that there's any transcription errors. And on that note, thank you very much for appearing before the committee. We appreciate it. And we also appreciate the good work the Multicultural Community Association of SA do in our community. On that note, that concludes our hearing program for today. Finally, I'd like to thank Hansard for ensuring that they have kept an accurate record of every word said today. Thank you, Hansard. To our Secretariat and our wonderful staff who have set up today's meetings and organised everything and booked the rooms. Thank you for your hard work. To the committee members who made the journey here and to those that were online and to everyone listening today, I declare this public hearing closed. Thank you.